I was lucky to be with my family. I imagine most of you are on your own, so we're glad to have you. I hope you feel you already belong. Now, the second welcome is to the workshop. I'm Farnoosh Brock, and this is the workshop title for today, High Confidence, Effective Communication, and Powerful Leadership for the Future Engineer, which is you, engineering leader. Thank you. And I am passionate about this topic, and here's why. Many years ago, I went to engineering school. I studied electrical engineering, bachelor's and master's. And by the time I was defending my master's thesis, I couldn't wait to get started with my career. I was certain I had everything set up for success. First of all, I was a technical engineer. I had the technical skills, and I knew that I had the attitude to continue growing those, right? Which all of you have as well. Number two, hard work ethic, which not only do we all have as technical professionals, but it is amplified in those of us who happen to be immigrants. This is just statistics. And a whole beyond ambition. My ambition was such. I wanted to climb the corporate ladder. I wanted those fancy titles: technical lead of a team, senior director of a group, senior vice president of whatever, chief technology officer. And I wanted to be on the cover of Fortune magazine. No idea what that one was about. And with that, I entered the workforce. First at a startup, and then at a large Fortune 100 company. Now, I did have a great career for the next 12 years. I really did. But I had a large missing piece to fulfill all of my ambition. Any guesses as to what that was? Not a trick question. Right here, what we're talking about today. High level of confidence in myself, effective communication to navigate that complex ecosystem, those relationships, and seeing myself as a leader and developing leadership qualities. So as IT professionals, first and foremost, you are an IT professional. You need to have the technical skills, as Mark said earlier. And you know that. But what you don't know is you are expected to have these skills and not at a surface level, but at a proficient level, means that you want to go far. And we hope that you do, because we have a lot of complex problems in this world, right? We need you to come forth with your solutions, with your ideas, and do big things, do your great work. So I feel that this can set you apart and help you accelerate your exciting career. I'm going to spend the day exploring these leadership skills together. Are you excited? Are you ready to get started? Excellent. So to set us up for success, I like to talk about what I call a sticky workshop. Now, sticky not like glue, but as in it sticks in your memory. Right? Months down the road, hopefully next year, you remember something that you learned in this room. So I'm going to come to some agreements. Number one, you are going to be here with us. And everybody you're going to focus. Now, it is natural for all of us, including me, to get distracted. We have a long day ahead. The work is to bring yourself back. This is the work of developing deep focus, by the way. So you get distracted, you're like, okay, let me come back, pay attention, be present, so that you can retain what we learned together. Right? Number two, this is more of a conversation. All questions at any time, all comments are welcome. Right? Allowing doodling, taking notes has shown that we take the information, even if we don't reference those notes. And you're also welcome to take photos, even short videos. I'm totally fine with that. whatever you need as you go through your learning process, right? And getting a little uncomfortable. So I understand you just met each other, and I get that, but you're also in this program together. And this is a safe space. And we're going to do lots of activities and exercises. It's going to push you out of your comfort zone. But this is where you want to do that, fail and make mistakes, so that when you're out there and you get one shot at a conversation, you get it right. Okay? So you have to have some courage. Right? And that is it. Any questions? You're welcome to leave as you need. And I'm not going to be giving too many breaks. So, but we're going to keep the energy up. We have a lot of activities. All right. Now let's talk about building blocks of dream careers. So, how many of you have a big ambition like I did? Better see all your hands go up. All of them, right? Exactly. Excellent. So let's talk about what you need to fulfill that ambition. Number one, we talked about it, your technical skills, which never ends like technology is forever evolving. Yes, and you know this. You know this and you do this well. Growing your technical skills well beyond this program, certifications that you get, workplace, whatever. Technical skills we have down, and this is sometimes sufficient to keep you employed. But we just said we want to go way further. Second one, again, we have this work ethic, working hard, which in the workplace is sometimes referred to as becoming a high performer, right? And you understand that you will have performance reviews, and the hard work ethic and the progress you make is something that determines your acceleration. Now, what is at the top of that ladder? Right? What else do we need in order to really fulfill these ambitions? Leadership skills, yes. What else? Communication skills, yes. What's that? Emotional intelligence. I put that in the list. I love that you said that. Yes. Emotional intelligence, part of being a great leader. Yes. I know we're emphasizing this, but this is what you start today, and you want to keep in mind to continue developing those skills, just like you develop the technical skills in your careers. Right now, we are going to talk about what we need to make that happen. And I want to share this idea around circles of influence. So as a leader, you want to grow your circle of influence. Let's take a look at that. So you start and you're going to enter what I call an ecosystem. You may go to a small company, a large company, doesn't matter. You enter that ecosystem, and you will have a role, responsibilities, and you can do all of that work with minimal interaction with others and get by. Now, most of us will have a larger circle around us. The first immediate outer circle is your immediate team, right? Your teammates and your direct supervisors. These are people that you build a relationship with. You will influence their decision, they will influence you, you will interact closely, and you want to be able to develop leadership skills within that small circle. Now, this is where most IT professionals feel comfortable living. Anything outside of that, don't really need it, right? It becomes comfortable. Your team and your management become like your family. Now, we said we have big ambition. We want to grow this circle of influence. So let's take a look at the outer layer. Now, this is your other teams, like peer teams, other organizations adjacent to yours, maybe in different functions. For instance, if you're in software, you have customer support, you have sales, you have marketing. Now, how would you grow your influence there? You take on projects, we're going to talk about specific ideas, but what you want is ideal to be known to some level, that people know your name in those other organizations, right? Now you're growing your circle of influence. If you're a large company, like I was in Cisco, and we have 60,000 plus people, that is a good number of organizations. Now, again, you could stop there, but if you want to go further, then we're talking about your company at large, right? This is your senior VPs, your C-suite, right? What might you need to do for them to learn of your name and your work, and to pass your name around as an expert, somebody that could be a resource, right? Now, that is a high level of influence. And then, of course, there's your industry, right? There will be calls for papers. You could potentially help influence the direction of knowledge. Right? You could engage in conferences. You could share your ideas. You could become known in the industry. Now, to do this, right, you need two things. Number one, and this is the skill that you need to develop, is you need to understand how to connect the dots from the work that you do in our orange circle to other circles. In other words, how does your work impact and contribute to that cross-functional organization over there? Or why would your C-suite know about your work? You need to be able to connect the dots. Then, once you have that figured out, you need to speak to it in your relationships and conversation. Relationships and conversation. Now, I would like for you to tattoo those words on your arms, relationships and conversations, because it's going to make a huge difference. So we figure out the dots, and then we share them in relationships and conversations. Now, let me give you an example so we can make this more tangible. My first job at Cisco, I was a customer support engineer in voice over IP technology, which at the time was a very new technology. We were hoping to go from, the traditional telco to the telephony over to completely digital. And I had to take cases that would come in from these irate customers, figure it out, and then move on to the next case. Occasionally, there would be bugs in the software because it was so buggy that I would submit over to our software engineering department. Okay, so I would submit the bugs and move on. I was very mechanical in the way I went about my daily tasks, right? Had to get it done and do the same thing the next day. Now, if I had this insight in my younger self, I would have understood that I am someone who is influencing and improving this young technology. That not only am I serving our customers, but I am also helping improve the software and the hardware for future versions, and helping the early adopters of Cisco at the time become a good part of industry and have a good reputation. I did not understand that, because if I did, I would be able to connect those dots and incorporate that in my conversation with my senior management, right? So this is your job, that as we go through today, you understand first, what is it that you do? How does it impact the outer circles? And then you have to articulate that in a way that other people can relate and communicate that, and that is how you grow your influence. Okay, I'm going to pause here. I want to make sure this concept at a high level is clear, and I'm going to be as clear as possible in my communication today. So if I'm not, you call me out. But does this make sense? Yes. Okay. Good. All right. So that is our goal. Yes. As long as you speak up so I can hear you. I'm something your classmates. Go ahead.
Speaking about cross-functional organizations, typically working with teams spread globally.
Yeah.
Let's say you're part of one group. Finding a secular lever to influence decisions at, let's say, cross-functional initial levels. Let's not get too technical either. Those become a challenge.
Sure.
Specifically, not from a technical point of view, but because there's a cultural mismatch. in a way we communicate, in a way we work, and just leadership in general.
Sure.
In those situations, what's the best way to look for opportunities, have those conversations, and sort of influence yourself?
Okay, that's a great question. It's a little general, so I'm going to give you a general answer, but we are going to cover strategies. You are right. The technical question is probably not a challenge for most of you. You understand the technical. I think the challenge in that is maybe communicating the technical to our non-technical audience. You said cultural mismatch, miscommunication. So you control you. You have to become a clear communicator. You have to develop a high level of self-awareness, as in how are you communicating and are people really following? And that will begin to help you have a different influence on others. Because often people don't tell us, oh, I didn't really understand it. Right? There's all this discomfort around being transparent. So your level of self-awareness when you're communicating with Mark, say, later in the week, and if he doesn't look like he's following and he's connected with you, you need to say, might you have any questions? Is there anything I can clarify for you? Would you like an example? Right? So a lot of the work we do is with us, and that can truly impact how others respond. And you're going to learn to read that response from them and adjust accordingly. So hopefully that is a start, but a great question we're going to explore further. Any other questions? All right, very good. Let's carry on and talk about. We're going to start again with you. So if I were to ask you, how many of you right now see yourself as a leader? How many of you would like to raise your hands? Oh, I love this. I have to say, my other sessions, I have not had a lot of hands go up. That's excellent. So you've already got a head start on the leadership stuff, Mark. So, yes, you are a leader. But let's say you have a hard time identifying with that title, because we think that is a title if you become a people manager or somebody bestows it to you. Not true. We're talking about a leadership mindset. And a little proof for you, why are you a leader always? Because there are things you are leading in your life, even in your academic life. You are leading projects, right? Or you have led projects. That is a leadership quality. To manage the project, the milestones, the tasks, to stay organized, that is not automatic. That is a leadership quality. Number two, hopefully you are leading relationships, and you will lead relationships in that new ecosystem. And then you have an influence, you initiate, you continue the conversations. That is leadership. Another thing you're leading is you're leading your own productivity. And this becomes kind of tricky if you're very used to the academic workforce, the academic environment, but I understand most of you also have previous work experience. So you know that managing your productivity, your tasks, your roles, your deliverables, it takes a certain skill. There you're being, again, a leader. And last but not least, I hope you think about leading crucial conversations, maybe not every conversation. Like you're meeting with your teammates in the morning, that's not a high-stake conversation. So high-stake is when you care about the results. An example of high-stake is you have 10 minutes with your executive sponsor to pitch your idea. The outcome of that is high-stake. You want to lead that conversation to the extent that you can. So there, you're already a leader, and you want to identify with that leadership quality, that leadership self, right? Good, okay. So let's keep looking at how we're going to grow those circles of influence. Now, what we want to look for in your work is leadership opportunities. It's a phrase that mostly in the corporate workforce is accepted. Leadership opportunity, and this is the criteria that you need. Now, this leadership opportunity that I'm talking about, that helps us grow our circle of influence beyond our team and management, is beyond your current roles and responsibilities. R&R for short from now on. Those are implied. Your daily roles, R&R, you do. This is extra. Okay, so that's the first criteria. The second one is this leadership opportunity needs to give you one of the three E's. It's either going to increase your exposure to a new part of the company, to a new function, which is going to maybe grow your expertise, give you new skills, and of course, it's going to give you experience. Ideally, all three. It's also going to give some interest. Okay, this one is something that I think is going to bring out the authentic person, the real passions. For instance, if you really have no interest in customer support, you should not be seeking a leadership opportunity there, even if your boss insists, right? It probably will not keep you or give you the best experience. And you might have some misconceived notions, so you might have to put them to test. But aligning to some interest and passion can help you develop even a better leadership opportunity. And this doesn't have to be a long-term opportunity. So for instance, let's say your company is hosting a big meeting with clients and they need someone to lead the meetings. And it's a weekend affair. Okay? You could raise your hand for that. You could prepare for it, do a good job, and later you are going to document that in your performance review as a leadership opportunity you took on. And actually, let me give you more examples of these so we can make it more tangible. For instance, leading projects or teams. Nobody might ask you, but you realize that projecting is a little disorganized. That everybody's doing their job, but they could use some initiative. You suggest that you lead part or all of the project or the team. This is not an official title. This is our leadership opportunity. Okay? Or anytime someone comes into the company that's younger than you, then you have the opportunity to mentor them. Okay? And by that I mean by 3 months. You're the senior, it's 3 months, right? And that is observed. That is something that a healthy culture, your upper management, first of all, they're always observant. They look through that. That takes an empathetic leader who cares about the incoming people and wants to help them. Right? That is a leadership opportunity. The third one, mediating or resolving conflict. Now, this is easier for those of you who have a natural tendency to bring about peace and harmony. It's a skill you can develop, yes, but if you happen to have that tendency in your life, people have come to you to resolve family conflict, friendships, workplace stuff. You are that person that happens to care about harmony. In my life, it's not me. It's my dad, followed by my husband. Natural peacemakers. Now, this is a great skill to reduce tensions at the workplace, right? I think you all know what I'm talking about when there is tension. People are in the same meeting, but you can tell these two don't really get along. And we know once people enjoy working together with a healthy team culture, everything improves. So that is a leadership opportunity that you can take on. And last but not least, facilitating meetings and discussions, which I just mentioned earlier. It's something nobody wants to do, but it is extremely valuable, especially if you know an executive team meeting is happening. You can say, can I write the agenda for everyone and facilitate? And that gives you visibility. That shows that you are willing to do something, and that is a leadership opportunity. And this is not an exhaustive list. There's other ways you can think about adding leadership opportunities. Document it for that future performance review. All right. All good. Yes, Mark.
So I was going to mention that as you expand beyond your project team and your immediate manager, your spheres of influence are also limited by the vocabulary. How long can we have the same vocabulary?
Yeah.
You're not going to all have the same level of confidentiality. You're not going to have all have the same level of knowledge and understanding. So on a chart that looks, in reality, it's somewhat difficult because you have to manage and juggle the fact that Not everybody uses the same words. They don't have the same understanding for the words you are using. They don't have the same necessarily the same goals. And they also don't necessarily have the same knowledge, expertise, right? Or levels of confidentiality. And you have to be savvy enough to be able to say, what I learned yesterday was in confidence, but I shouldn't share it to a larger audience. What I learned the day before is for public consumption. And if you're never really sure, ask. Ask. Just simply say, is this public knowledge yet? My dean tells me he's going to retire. The last question before I leave his office is, who else knows that you're retiring? And can I share this with the larger audience? And if he says, share it, because I've already announced it, that's fine. Right? If he says, wait 30 days, I'm going to wait 30 days. Right?
Thank you. Thank you for that contribution. And yes, the circles of influence have many layers of complexity, and we are going to address some of those. I'm going to try to address all of them. But thank you for that. And I'm going to keep going. All right. So now we're going to talk about mindset. Not a new word. You've heard this word, yes? Yes. Okay. So I'm going to do a definition just so we're all on the same page. A mindset is a way that you look at a particular subject matter. So it's your current viewpoint and perspective onto a subject matter. For instance, let's take higher education. Now, I want you to guess you are here because your perspective on higher education is positive. You see the value in it. You see it worth investing time and energy and resources on. That is not everyone's mindset around the subject matter of higher education. Also, later, our mindset could shift. It's not set in stone. Our mindset is formed through our life experiences, our culture, our upbringing, our just general, life thus far. It helps us form that lens, because you might have new experiences that help you look at the same subject differently. Have you experienced this in your life? Right. Now, how is this relevant to our career? Because we are not just talking about interesting things, but everything has to be relevant, right? So, if you do not have a mindset that enables and empowers you towards your goals, we already said we have the technical skills, the hard work, and I threw out the leadership and communication skills. But if your ideas around success and getting ahead and doing the right thing and how you see yourself, if those ideas are sabotaging your goals, you are not really setting yourself up for success. So we want to examine how we are thinking about things. And we're going to talk about it in terms of two mindsets. And by the way, most of us start right here. I started here and I stayed here a long time. A fixed mindset, a fixed way of thinking about success, getting ahead, my team, perceptions, what's right, what's wrong. What we want to do is throughout this exercise, we're going to develop the skills for having a more expansive mindset. What does that mean? It means that you explore new possibilities for yourself. Maybe up to this point you thought, I could never be the language, but then you're like, I wonder if I could learn to be like possibilities. And the key skill you need for expansive mindset is curiosity. With the language of, I wonder, I wonder, I wonder. Like, and it opens you to new ways of thinking. And you might sometimes come back and say, that didn't work and that didn't work. I think my mindset around this is sufficient for now. But often I find you look at the same subject a new way and you have new possibilities. Now that brings us to our first quick little assessment. What we're going to do is we're going to see where our mindset is right now. This is solo. And you don't need a pen and pencil for this. So I'm going to give you two scenarios. And I want to know, as soon as you see the options, are you more of an A person or more of a B person? Okay, it's a spectrum. More of an A or more of a B. Number one, something comes up in your life. Work, school, relationships, your immediate reaction when you hear it, when you receive the message is, oh my God, I can't figure it out, right? And it's like a body reaction too, like you feel closed up and maybe overwhelmed, and you do not see a way to a solution. Right? Sometimes we call this a negative person, but I think it's more just a general conditioning that we have. Versus you don't like them. And it's not even about being positive. It's about knowing, okay, this problem has occurred. I will find a way to figure it out. So are you more of a person who feels overwhelmed or more of a person who's like, I can figure it out. You see a way out. That's number one. Number two might be more interesting. Let's say, and I know I have an ambitious goal. So let's say, and you have to be honest with yourself. I'm not going to have you share this. But your body that you've been studying with and competing against in a healthy way, suddenly it achieves an impossible goal. Maybe they go to a dream company. What's a dream company these days? Those are things going. What dream company? Is Google a dream company? McKinsey. Okay, the McKinsey firm. They get an internship. You don't. Okay, really imagine this scenario. Your immediate reaction is you separate yourself from your body. Oh, they are this and that. I am that. Okay? You unite yourself. Well, if they did it, so can I. It inspires you, right? It is our instant gut reaction. And I was often in the A category. And I can see in hindsight, it didn't help me. I couldn't see it when I was in it. But in hindsight, it didn't help me. Now, it doesn't matter who you are, because we're working towards an expansive mindset. But this might be a time to have an honest dialogue with ourselves and say, I wonder how I could be happy for someone else and still do just as well for myself, right? Both of us can be just as successful. Or other examples. Yeah, you have some idea what we're talking about when I say mindset, and particularly expansive mindset. Yes? Okay, good. Now, there is a language, the way that we talk to ourselves around mindset, so it might help you detect it more. Let's say your goal is to become, is that a pretty accurate goal? Software engineering leader? Or something similar, right? Your dream goal. The fixed language will say, oh, I want to be the software engineering leader at my company. No problems expressing the ambition. It's what follows that we want to pay attention to. But all these valid reasons that I just can't see that happen, these are valid, good reasons. You can get a lot of people agreeing with you. You're being realistic. Okay? That is a fixed language. Now, the same person that has more of an expansive mindset will have a slightly different language. They acknowledge the difficulty, but also empower themselves and see that it's possible for them to overcome that difficulty. Okay? It's not like they say it's easy. Look, I know it's going to be extremely hard. Of course, it's going to be extremely hard to do that, but I will work as hard as it takes. Right? Or I am smart and I can close the gap to whatever else needs to happen. Or I will figure it out. Of course, I don't know now, but I will figure it out. This is just how you think. And it is very powerful. It will affect the direction of the outcomes that you create. So, does anyone want to share whether they are, how many of you are in this spot over here? Okay, good. Yes, exactly. You start there. So now we want you to do the work to move in that direction in a way that you really believe it. Okay. And those of you who didn't raise your hands, I know there's more of us that feel that way. That's okay. That's okay. All right. Now we are going to do a solo exercise. Actually, we have a lot of team exercises. This might be the only one that's solo. In that, take that notebook. All right. We're going to do a quick 2-3 minute exercise. And just what I shared with you, I want you to write that first sentence and follow that I want to be with your dream title. Okay? I want all that ambition to go into that dream title, whatever it is. Then you are going to give me your biggest reason why this can't happen as a good reason. And then we're going to scratch that out and replace it. Okay, so are we good? This is going to go quick. Excuse me. So 3 minutes should do it. Okay, let's go. And then we'll discuss. People find you. Yeah. I mean, we're talking this around career. If you have a big personal goal, let's do that. If that's on your mind, that's fine. Please do. Please do. Thanks for being here. I heard 12. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Sorry, ignore that. Sorry, guys. Give me a second. It's a little warm here. Yes. Okay. Are we good? Would like to share? Yes. Go ahead. Oh, you want to go? Okay. Yes. Awesome. Okay. Are we good? Did we get a chance to go through this exercise? I'd like to have someone share, even as the rest of you are working. If you feel this is the part of getting a little uncomfortable, right? What did you write? And how did this exercise go for you? Okay, go ahead.
It's a pretty personal. I didn't know what it is.
Okay. All right.
I want to make healthier choices.
I want to make healthier food choices. That is the big goal for our friend Urjan Tag. Okay. Okay. And what was your reason you can't do it? What is so difficult about that?
It's quite appealing.
Okay. Everyone can relate to that. So how did you turn it around?
I will make healthier food choices to be smart about the junk health.
Okay. All right. So that's a good personal example. Excellent. Did you feel empowered scratching out your reason that you can't do this, or right? There's something about actually scratching out our valid reasons and writing a more powerful choice. Okay. How about a career example? Do we have a career example? Yes. We actually have an example coming up. So I give you specific language for those of you who that require experience for certain roles. So look for that. But thank you. You have a very valid reason. I want this, but I don't have the experience. So you could say, I want this, and I'm going to learn from my colleagues, and I am going to express and position my experience in a way that is sufficient, right? And again, we control what we control, but you want to set yourself up for that. Okay, this is a tool you can use for your future marketing or having, I'm sorry, journaling. But let me continue now. And that's our example. Are we good to keep going? Yes? Okay. So now we're going to talk about things you can do at work to continue to nurture this expansive mindset. Okay? Specific activities. Now I'm going to give you 5 things. And the one, and they're going to seem a little scary, but the one that's going to be most intimidating for you is probably going to help you grow the most. So start there. So what are some examples? Speak your mind. You're in a meeting and something is on your mind. How many of you keep quiet? You don't want to interrupt. You don't want to be rude. You don't want to slow things down. You don't think it's worth saying. Now, sometimes, okay, we might not have anything worth saying. I mean, small stuff. We have to be a good judge of character there. But if you have a concern, if you have a brilliant idea, you need to have the confidence to speak your mind and do it in a way that is heard and understood. And often you will be surprised how much others care about what you think. So this tests that notion too, in case you think they don't care what I have to say. They often do in a healthy work culture, right? The other one is requesting a bigger role. So at some point in your job, and depending on how fast the learner you are going to outgrow your role or your project, right? You develop the skills, it becomes a little automated, and you're a little bored. What you need to do is you need to speak and request the bigger role. Let's say it's a project manager or a technical lead or whatever is the next role that will challenge you and help you grow. And you need to articulate that request. Put it before your manager. This is not automatic. A lot of engineers and other technical people think, well, I've been here this long. My manager should know I'm ready to move. They don't. You have to express that desire to advance and to grow. And for each of you, that's a different timeline. And that takes a lot of courage. And that means you're thinking expansively about yourself. Yeah? Another one, asking for help. Those of us who are independent, we think that's just weak to ask for help. Now, here's what I'm going to say to you. You have to be judicious when you do that. But let's say you're on a project and you have deliverables, right? You're familiar with that term, deliverables, things that need to be delivered. And you know, you're predicting you don't have enough resources on the team to be on time, but you don't feel comfortable asking for help. You're going to pull in overnight and weekends and you're going to make it work. If you don't deliver on time and with quality, this is harder to recover from in terms of your performance. So you took a big risk as opposed to proactively going to your manager and saying, you know what, the work here requires an additional resource. What might we be able to do about that? May I request an additional resource, right? And you show what you predicted so that everyone is set up for success. So asking for help, sometimes it's even smarter than not, but it's also an act of courage. So you have to practice doing that. And when you do that, you always talk about all the work you have done to arrive at this space, and now you need help, right? We don't want to ask for help where we should know better. But often we don't ask for help when we really need it. Follow? Okay, asking for help. The other one, challenging and no, and I have the language around this, exact example. The challenging and no. So sometimes we make requests and we get it done. And sometimes we don't care that we got it. We don't care that much. We just wanted to see if it's possible. But other times, you might really want a yes. Hey, like you really want this thing, you gotta know. It is possible to challenge even your authorities, people who are above you, in a way that doesn't push them away, around and no. And because this is something that I wish I had done more, I have a specific example of exactly what you're going to say I give you the script, you copy it and use it because it can get tricky when you say no to your manager or to somebody here above that. But you have to position it correct. Expansive mindset. And I believe the last one, yes, disagreeing with others without pushing them away or destroying trust, right? Especially if they are, again, a position of authority. So Mark talked about complexities and the nuances of that ecosystem, right? There are all these ranchings that people have, all these, they call it turfs, like they protect this turf, this part of the company. You have to be sensitive and diplomatic around that. But at the same time, you are not a robot. You are a thinking, intelligent IT professional. And if you see a problem, let's say your boss doesn't really understand what he's saying to explain it. You need to disagree with him. You need to do that because you're still the expert, but you have to do it very effectively. And this takes the extensive mindset and some skill around language. And I have some examples for you. But do you see how doing this at your job can help you think even more expansively, especially when these things go well? You do that, and your boss is like, thank you for saying that. In private later, he tells you thank you, because I didn't do it well. I'm glad you saved the client, or whatever the case. Okay, these are some ideas. A pause, sure we're good. Okay, let's keep going. Now, you are going to we're going to practice a little bit of expansive self-talk. This is going to feel a little awkward, but that's okay. We're all friends already, right? We've been here a whole hour. So I'm going to put self-affirming first person present tense sentences up here. And what I want you to do, I'm going to take volunteers. You're going to read it out. You're going to show this is how you talk to yourself. And the rest of us are going to see if that's convincing enough. Okay? So maybe I'll do the first one to show you. I speak with confidence and clarity. I speak with confidence and clarity. Right? I say that about myself. I have to be convincing. I have to really believe it. Who would like to try that? I said I'm going to pick, didn't I? I'm going to pick you. Yes, read that out.
I speak with confidence and clarity.
Do we believe him? We're watching him, he's a character in our film, and the character is talking to himself. They are very quiet, so maybe not. Try again.
I speak with confidence and clarity.
Yeah. I know it's awkward, but when you say these things to yourselves before a big conversation, it helps you. Thank you. The next one. Who would like to read? What about you? Would you like to try that?
You like your job one day at a time.
She sounded convincing. Yeah, your voice. Good. Thank you. Okay. Next one. Would you?
I grow outside of
Do you believe that when you say that? Try again. Imagine you're talking to yourself and there's a difficult challenge ahead of you.
I grow outside of
I go outside my comfort zone. Go outside my comfort zone. I'm sorry. Thank you for trying. Thank you. Okay. Next one. Who would like to say that? How about you?
I am a great problem solver.
Try again.
I am a great problem solver.
I'm a great problem solver. You see, this is a great problem solver. Right. Next one. This, we're going to talk a lot about your voice today. So I would like you to try, please. Voice.
It's room for change.
How does she sound? Good. Good. Right. And it is the last one. Would you like to trust? That's right. My work has value. Work has value. Right. Now these are some examples. First person, present tense, and how you want to speak to yourself. And there are different ways to do this. We're not going to go into too much detail. Thank you for participating. What you want to do is make friends with this language so that you don't hear the negative self-talk. This doesn't mean you just do this and then you trust that everything will go well. You're doing all the hard work too, but this has power. Alright, now we are gonna do a little role play. So let me explain how role play goes. One of you and two times. So I'm gonna have two chairs here and they can help me. We're gonna have a conversation role play. I am going to take on a role and you are going to do that. And these are the scenarios. This is the first scenario we're going to do. Growing through disappointments at work, which unfortunately is gonna happen. Okay, but we're gonna grow through it. Here is our first scenario. You just found out you got kicked out of a project and you're gonna have a conversation with me. I can be the tech lead, and I'm the one who did it. Without much notice, I just decided halfway through, you're not in the project, right? So naturally, you are surprised, upset, embarrassed, maybe a few other things. Yeah? Now, if you had a fixed mindset, you would just stay there, right? You would resort to blaming yourself, isolating from the team, and not really helping move the problem forward, right? Which is completely normal. We are going to practice a conversation that is around this. So the person who's going to come here, we just have a conversation, I kicked you out. You want to find out what happens, why, maybe persuade me to change my mind, and if not, the last part is you redirect your energy towards better pursuits. But this first part is what we're going to practice. And the first role play is always most intimidating because, you have to come here and have a conversation. So extra break for those of you who are considering it. Okay, it's going to be 2 minutes. And with your permission, I might give you some coaching and we might do it again. But conversations are going to be the core of what we're going to be doing today. So we're going to practice that. Okay, who's my volunteer? Okay, wonderful. Your name, please. Yes. Okay, so you just requested a meeting with me and you want to find out, right, what happened. So we're going to go right into it. Hi, Priya. Good to see you. What did you want to talk about?
So Farnoosh, I've seen that recently I have been kicked off the project that I was working on, and I wanted to understand why, because as per my understanding, things were going pretty smooth.
Yeah. So I had to make a hard decision, Priya. We had another person who was kind of doing most of your work. And I just decided maybe you could be better used in another team. I know you really wanted to be on this project, but I'm sorry. I hope that didn't hurt your feelings.
I feel like maybe if we could have discussed this earlier on, I could have changed things around to, accommodate better things or something a little more that wasn't on my plate, since the other person was taking up some of my responsibilities. That way, maybe I could have helped the project a lot more. Being kicked off like this has made me feel like I'm probably doing something horrendously wrong.
No, you're not doing anything that wrong. But I think that for now, I think we're going to be okay. We'll be on without you. But maybe I can consider you for a future project. Say something else, right?
Okay. That would be great. Maybe we could have a discussion on the options that I have, and you could guide me as to what I can do better and what things I could improve.
Okay, so we're gonna step out of the role play, and I just want to say you did tremendously well. And let's talk about what she did well. She was upset, but I didn't see her like really displaying a lot of emotion. She's still a leader, a professional, having a conversation with me. Her body, her language is perfect. The thing that another thing that you did well, you asked me whether I can reconsider. Hold on, I just lost my train of thought. It can happen. So there were a few things. Oh, and you asked me if I could give you more feedback. Thank you. Basically, she was saying I didn't have a warning. In the future, I would like feedback so I can improve my behavior. Very good. So, and then in the end, she went along with it. She didn't insist. She's like, okay, let's take a step towards what you said, considering for future projects. Okay, that was very good. How do you feel you did? If this were a real conversation and this had really happened, how would you feel after this conversation?
Slightly disappointed, but also looking forward to the newer prospects I would have.
Yes.
And at this juncture, what I would also do is try to get into something better and seek your guidance as to how I can improve.
I mean, this is all the behaviors that I would look for if I were to recruit her in the future. Can I give you a couple of things to think about to even make it more powerful? So in a meeting like this, we always want to set the context, get agreement, then go into it. I know it seems like what is it called? Overkill. But even though you just requested a meeting with me, I want you to start by saying, Farnoosh, I would like to discuss with you why I was kicked off the project and any options we can explore. Is that okay with you? Make sure you're giving me a little bit of time that this is what we're talking about. And I might say, I don't really want to discuss that now. Or, yeah, sure, what's on your mind? So a little bit of that and transitions in the dialogue. We talk about that. So after you finish telling me, I didn't realize I wasn't doing all the work. I wish I had had more feedback. Might that be something you consider in the future? You transition over to the other person. Was there any feedback you had from me? Right? Clear transition, especially in a conversation like this, which is a little awkward, can help you also slow down. And maybe I do take the time to reconsider. But overall, I feel like you did really well. And this was more of a fancy mindset, right? Change everything. Okay, let's see. More than anything, feel uncomfortable in front of all of you. Right? So, good. Okay, the second scenario, you don't get that promotion, right? And this can happen to the best of us. So our emotional response, right? I mean, it has been promised to you, and all of a sudden, it just doesn't come true. Someone else gets it, right? There's only so many promotions to go around for a quarter. So your natural responses, you are angry, you're discouraged, maybe you're a little jaded, right? You're skeptical that it's going to happen. Now, in a fixed mindset, you might have an emotional reaction, right? Something you want towards for a long time. And by the way, emotional reactions, or rather, emotional outbursts, which are still natural because we're human beings, are very hard to recover. Don't ask me how I know. But that is not going to get us anywhere. And we're certainly not going to go on the ambition. So, expansive mindset. We are going to sit down with our boss, find out what happened, why, express our concern. We're not okay with this situation, but we have to express it as a concern and come to a new agreement. Just like Priya attempted to do with me, right? Okay, you're going to consider your future project. And let's set up a time to talk about it. She's agreeing with me on this next promise. So this is a conversation that I hope you never have and your promotions all come through as expected, but most likely you're going to have it a lot. So let's practice. Who would like to practice? Okay, come on down. Give me my hand. Tell me the name again. I'm sorry, we're learning your name actually. Shubit. All right. So I am the boss. You have requested a meeting. Let's get into it. Hi, Shubit. What's up? Farnoosh. Yes, Farnoosh. Yes. Sorry. Farnoosh. Yes. Thank you. Okay. I'm good. I'm good. What's up?
Let's not take some time. To discuss about this. I had a few things about it. This is a good thing about it.
Yes, it's a great time to talk about it.
Yeah.
Yes, it's a great time to talk about it. What would you like to know?
I respect your decision, and I just wanted to understand a few things about it. And how I can position myself better to not just you within the whole team and be more dependable of the resource. So there are a few points I was hoping to consider having this discussion over. For starters, I just want to understand how I can position myself within the team. So I come across as more dependable. I'd like to take on more responsibilities, so that the case my promotion is more prospecting.
Okay, I'm going to stop you. Not because it's not doing a great job, but because it's something I want to point out. This is good. It's a little verbose. Okay? I want you to practice being succinct because this is the kind of conversation you would like for the boss to talk more. You don't even know why I said no, so you're already offering the solution. First, we're going to find the root cause of our problem. So I'm going to challenge you to let's start from the top, more succinct, find out what happened. Don't assume. Find out why you didn't get the promotion. Okay? I'm sorry?
Is it okay to do that?
Yeah, we're going to redo it. Yes. Okay. All right. So what's up? What's on your mind, Shabit?
Could you tell me why you did not get it?
Well, we had one guy who had a little more experience than you. I know it sounds like all politics, and you don't want to do any of the, you don't want to be concerned with that, but it's just the way the ratings and rankings work. I didn't get the extra promotion from my peers. So it's slated for the next quarter. All right, we say that first. It's slated for the next quarter. I promise it's coming.
What are some things that I can position myself by doing within the team to make a more convincing case for the next one?
Good. He wants me to reassure you that this next promise has more weight, right? So that's good. So really, there's nothing. You just keep doing a good job. Again, I'm giving you a very textbook response your boss will give you, which is not helpful. Keep doing what you're doing. Obviously, he didn't do enough. So challenge me a little bit.
Thank you for saying that.
Yeah.
I just feel I'm more prepared to take on this responsibility. And I do see a few areas where the team itself can improve. Would you be open to discussing them as a potential possibility for documenting this in the upcoming quarters?
Better. So now he's like, okay, give me more responsibility. Something that's going to prepare me. That was good. Okay, let's pause. How do you feel you did in this conversation with me? 6 out of 10. Okay. What could you have done better?
I think being present would have helped.
You're very present. I wouldn't say that's not enough. What else would you do that would make me really like be certain about making sure this comes through next time? And there's only so much you can influence the boss, but you want to do everything you can here, right?
Respect.
I think you did that well too. I would say being more specific. So getting more specific feedback and offering more specific opportunities. Like you talk about the leadership opportunities, right? So maybe you say, I have noticed this is an area I would really like to master because this promotion over here requires I do this. You need to know what the next level promotion that job requires, and you fill the gap. Might you let me lead the team meetings for the next project? Right? So you're doing this cross mapping, crossing off everything you need, helping you manage your manager. Okay? All right, so that would have been, but you did a really good job. Again, more succinct is the number one feedback. Okay, let's keep them around. Thank you. Was that really uncomfortable? Was it you feel off?
No.
Right? It was good, right? We can have these conversations. Cannot shy from them. Now, how are we doing? Are we good to keep going? Right? We're good. Yeah. All right. Blind spots and self-awareness. Okay, so now we're getting into another topic that's going to help us navigate those outer circles. So I'm going to start with an example. You guys have a beautiful library here. I mean, the whole campus is gorgeous, but that library is beautiful. Do you go to the library at all? Or is that out of date? Yeah, you still go to the library. So I want you to imagine you're in the library with your buddies. Everyone's minding their own business, quiet, you're considerate, and you hear someone coming in, and they are making all this noise, and they're on the phone whispering, and they have no idea they have created all that commotion. This person is completely unaware of your impact on their environment. Okay? I know nobody in this room is impacted, but we are going to put it on a spectrum. Self-awareness is a spectrum. We're not that aware, but you might not have a sharp level of self-awareness either. A sharp level of self-awareness is when you can read the response that you get from another person based on what you said. And then you can adjust. You know whether this person is still connected with you, or maybe you lost them and you need to bring them back. There is a high level of self-awareness and your own perception, right, on others. So we want to talk about things that, like the library guy, he had blind spots. He didn't even know what he didn't know, right? Now, on the other side, we have self-awareness. So let's take a look at how self-awareness can play a huge role in your career and your relationships. Okay? All right. By the way, don't forget, you can ask questions. We can make this a conversation. You don't even have to raise your hand. Right? Okay, but let's take a look at this. So life is not fair, right? It really isn't. What you don't know can still hurt you. You can't just claim ignorance. If you have low level of self-awareness, but you do things, then it's going to show up as a ding on your performance review. And maybe you can fix it later. But what we don't know can still hurt us. So this section is so that we find out the things we don't know. I'm going to define blind spots for you in a second and become more self-aware, right? And that is something, by the way, your leaders are going to be looking for. People who know how to read a room, their environment, their relationships. Okay? Are we familiar with this term, self-awareness? Okay, we're applying it to our careers. All right, so let's define blind spots. This is a pattern or a behavior that you have. Maybe you've had it for a while, most of your adult life, but it has to have this criteria, okay? It's a potential to your success in the future. And other people become aware of it, but you don't know that you are doing it. That is a blind spot. So, for instance, maybe you speak over other people all the time, and you've done it all the time. It was never a problem. Okay? Well, other people notice it. They don't do the right thing by telling you so you can improve, but they later talk about it, or maybe they don't include you in important meetings. So it's things we don't know that could be a block to our career success. That's the definition of a spot. All right. Now, let's talk about how to kind of like figure out, we don't know the blind spots, but can we figure out if that's happening to us? Well, you might have a blind spot if you're very frustrated with your boss, but you don't know why. Because he or she is not being clear in their communication. But you know there's something, there's tension, there's frustration, and ongoing. Or your relationships are just not clear. You're behaving the same way with different people. Some people are okay with it, other people are just like, oh, they're not giving you the response. Okay? That could be because there's something you're doing that you don't know. You don't have enough feedback. Just like I didn't, who was it, my project person. You didn't have enough feedback to know what you're doing so you could correct it. Okay? Or you're getting mixed signals. Sometimes you get an affirmative for something, sometimes you don't, and you don't know how to adjust your behavior. And you're stuck in your career track, but nobody will tell you why. Can you relate to some of these? I know you don't have many years of experience, but in an internship, in the work environment, has this happened? Any of these happened to you where you felt like, I don't know what's going on, I wish I knew. Right? We want to have less of that, right? And it's not your fault, but we need to fix it. Okay? So, if these things are happening, go on, take some action. Now, we are going to do our first pair activity. Now, seeing people like getting a little tired, so this hopefully will energize you. So, pairs, right? You're getting pairs, and I'm going to show you in the next slide 2 qualities that you might see in yourself. We are going to guess that are blind spots. An educated guess, okay? And you're gonna have a conversation with each other. You could say, this is my blind spot, let me show you the picture. So for instance, you are high energy and enthusiastic, and that is a positive quality, right? But in extremes, it could be a turn off. This is something I experienced. I didn't realize my over enthusiasm was a turn off. So you're gonna reflect on your personality, have a conversation with your friend, with your peer, and you're gonna say, I'm probably really intense and I can overwhelm people, or my measured and slow pace can try some people's patience. So these are qualities that can be good, but it could be a blind spot. So are we clear? You're gonna have a conversation. One of you is gonna pick one and say, I think this is my challenge, and the other person is gonna do the same. Okay, we're gonna practice guessing what could be a blind spot when you end up in the workforce. Is this clear? If you're not clear, ask me. Can we take 2 minutes? Yes. Sure. So basically, you're gonna carry on with the person next to you, and you're gonna look at this list. Look at, by the way, is this readable? Yes. Okay. Can you relate to any of these qualities up here? Which one? You are high energy and enthusiastic, just like others. Okay. Which one was it? Matter of fact and forward. Okay. So you're going to pick those two qualities. That's something you naturally do. You are going to see whether those qualities in extremes can push people away or be a blind spot to your success. We're doing a self-assessment here. Okay? Okay, thank you. All right, let's try it. In pairs, I'm going to give you 3 minutes, okay? And if you need to get some water, there's water over there. If you go to that door, and coffee, and bio breaks are welcome. But let's take 2 minutes and discuss this, and then we're going to discuss it.
You know what? All of them were gone, but there's a thing like this. Yeah, keep going. So, my husband is my partner. He just told me we are a little behind. We can start, but let's wrap this up. Was this exercise for a way around your quality and how they exceed particularly not how much? Okay, we're gonna keep going. Keep coming back. Okay, the three things we can do to continue to sharpen our self-awareness. 3 things. Come on, let's come back and let's do this. So we talked about reading the impression on others. That includes body language, the way they stay connected. Come on, guys. Let's come back. Let's come back and keep going. Okay, a little more on self-awareness. So do you ever read the impression on someone else when you're talking to them? Right? Have you ever felt you're in a conversation and
You had them at first, but then you lost them, maybe in an interview. Okay, that's what we want to become more aware of. Now, after we do that, what we want to do is reflect on what might have happened. For instance, if we always speak over someone, maybe the VP stop talking or saying things and completely dismiss us, but he will still be in the conversation physically. So we have to do some reflection to better understand what we are doing. And then we integrate a new behavior if we choose, such as not talking over someone, waiting until they finish, if that is the behavior. Okay, so those are the 3 steps. We're going to continue doing that around behaviors that cause us to have blind spots. Now, I will tell you my story about how I had a large blind spot in my own career. And that is, I spoke too fast for my ecosystem. Now, English is my 3rd language. I thought people could keep up, but it's not about that. And we have so much to do. I had time to slow down. I did not realize. Now, what was the impact of this behavior that I didn't even know I was doing? Are we coming back in? Okay. The impact was my ecosystem thought I am nervous, that I'm not confident. And I found this out through my helpful mentor. I couldn't figure it out on my own. So, people think you speak too fast because you're nervous. Well, that was not why. And that was not my intended result. So what was the next thing? Self-reflection, right? Like, okay, I wonder if I can change people's perception. And how do I do that? What's the behavior change here? Right? I learn to speak clearly and slowly. And this is an effort. If you're conditioned to speak quickly, you have to make a new skill to speak more measured. But I could immediately see that people were leaning in, connecting better, listening to my ideas. And that was a good thing. So these are the things we want to do to continue to sharpen our self-awareness. All right, so the best way for us to figure out our self-awareness is to find someone who can give us honest feedback. This is not always your boss. Your boss will give you feedback generally around your work. We're talking about your qualities, your personality, your tendencies. For that, ideally, you want to have a mentor who's not in your team, but cares about, or a colleague, or somebody who's more senior, where you could have a conversation with them. They're joining us. Okay, so this is a script you can use to talk to someone and ask them for feedback. So-and-so, I'm growth mode and I'm working on my leadership and communication skills. You are someone I trust. Use this phrase. You are someone I trust. Can you give me some feedback, areas I can improve? Anytime you do this with someone that, knows you and wants you to be successful, and you need to have a couple of these people in your ecosystem, not your manager, not your immediate team, they will give you feedback. This is how I found out my own blind spots. So, okay, I'm gonna hustle. Now, we're gonna talk about confidence. And you're gonna tell me, what does self-confidence mean in your words? Just throw it out. Being comfortable in your own skin. I love that. What else? Being able to speak well. Very good. Yes, absolutely. Yes. Knowing your strengths and weaknesses. Knowing yourself. Yes. Being confident about the subject matter. Yes. Your expertise. Knowing that you can do it. Yes. Right. Being secure about yourself. I love this. I love this so much. Okay. So we know we need the self-confidence, but sometimes it feels a little nebulous, a little bit like, how do we do that, right? So I have some ways for you to think about confidence. First of all, the things that are not true about confidence. Some people are born confident. Hopefully you don't think that, right? It is a skill. You learn it. You learn it, okay? So, confidence is for extroverted people. I will always get this. If you're extroverted, it's easy for you to be confident. Not true. My husband over there, the most introverted, shy person, the most confident. So, it has nothing to do with personality, right? There are all your excuses I'm busting over here. Confidence means you can't make mistakes or have insecurities. No, you are allowed to make mistakes. And in fact, you will make mistakes at work. Confidence means you don't feel shame around your mistakes. When you make a mistake, you own it, you tell the people who are affected, and you try to do right by it. And you grow from it. So, and the last one is if you're a hard worker, you don't need confidence to succeed. Absolutely not. Because as you will see, your work doesn't speak for itself. You have to speak to it. And that takes confidence. So, some myths around confidence. And now we're going to talk about two things that need distinction because sometimes you may think you don't want to risk becoming arrogant. Has this ever been a concern? When people tell you to be confident, I don't want to be arrogant, I'm why? And you don't. So we're going to clarify this so we're never confused about it again. Arrogance, which we do not want, is based on comparison of ourselves to others. Arrogance is walking into this room thinking you are better than others, or you are worse than others. Constantly compared. Yeah, that's not what we want. Confidence is, it's based on your own values, your personality, your sense of belonging and qualifying for a job. Confidence is walking into this room thinking you are good enough to be here, as are your friends, that you belong. Now, do you see that distinction? We want to have the confidence and we need the confidence. So, that is going to bring us to our confidence circle. Now, I'm going to give you some areas that you are going to want to focus for your confidence, to grow your confidence. Even if you're confident, you can grow it more. And I want you to only choose one area to start improving, and that is the area that you most struggle with. So, the thing that's going to be most difficult, you start there. Okay, let's take a look. Being focused and alert in a crucial conversation. Believe it or not, if you are distracted or you can't focus on the person, you are not showing confidence. When we are focused and alert, like these difficult conversations I had, that is a show of confidence. If you tend to look away or have a hard time with that, that is an area you want to practice to grow your confidence. The second one, powerful voice. We're actually going to deep dive into this. How many of you love the sound of your voice? Okay, this is great. Usually I get no hands in this one either. Now, that is not about bragging or being arrogant. That is about being confident. Because your voice is going to play a huge role in your career. And you can develop a more powerful voice. Eye contact. How many of you have a hard time with this? Yes. Okay. Right. It's not easy. Do you feel it? You feel like you're staring. Do any of you feel you don't want to stare and that's why you don't do the eye contact? Okay, so what is my friend's name here? I'm not sure. Okay, so right now I'm staring. I don't want to do that. But if I'm in a comfortable eye contact, I can look at my notes, I can look away, I can match these eyes. The best thing you want to do with eye contact is make sure you're making eye contact when you are delivering the crucial parts of the message in your conversation. So for instance, you ask me why I didn't give you a promotion, that's a crucial part of the message. Those are the times you want to make eye contact. In an interview, when you ask for a higher salary, don't look at the floor or the ceiling. Make eye contact. All right, eye contact, that's not easy to do. Open posture, your body language speaks confidence. And you may notice already closed body, closed arms, and closed legs. That means you are not receptive. You are not confident in yourself. It's okay to close your arms and mouth. But if you're making that big statement in the conversation, open body. Might be a practice, right? Especially if you're used to something else. That's a show of confidence. Engaged and interested in the conversation, as opposed to losing interest in the person, right? That is a show of confidence. Being able to acknowledge what they say, asking interesting questions. It means you're comfortable with the conversation. You have things to contribute. And last but not least, your definition of being polished in the world, right? Whatever your style is, being true to it, but understanding that there is a professional polish level that we might have to live up to, especially in certain scenarios. And that is a show of confidence in your skin, just like somebody said. So with this, I want you to make a note, one area you want to start working on and improving. And then we're going to move on to our voice section. Is it enough? Yes, sure.
So when you're speaking about eye contact,
Yes.
What if it's more than one person? You're interacting with the
Very good.
where do you how should you maintain eye contact? How many people?
Yeah, great question. Great question. So it depends on the nature of the gathering. For instance, we're in a presentation right now. I have a lot of eyes to make contact with. So that's a certain rule. I try to vary it. I try to be inclusive. I stay with each person maybe a couple of seconds. That's when you're presenting. One-on-one conversation, obviously, with the person in front of us. In a group, a small group setting, let's say multi-person interview team, that's pretty common these days, right? Obviously, the person you are in that moment speaking with. So if they're asking a question, you're making eye contact with them. When you answer, you distribute evenly as much as possible. So with them and them and them, pretty logical. So yeah, as long as you're covering it. Is that helpful?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And polish, what exactly, what are
Appearance. So I say your version of polish because we have different styles, we have different upbringing and different definitions of formal versus, casual business, what have you. So there's a certain standard in the environment you're going to go in. I mean, my recommendation is to always go above it. For instance, they say you want to dress for the position you aspire to. And I believe there's truth to that. So I would say you simply want to show that you are well-groomed in the world, and you are wearing and showing up in a way that you feel confident in your life. So if wearing a suit makes you uncomfortable, don't wear a suit. Find an option that's just as polished, but also comfortable. Yeah, a lot of room to play here too. Okay, so now we are going to talk about voice, one of your biggest assets. Okay, true or false? Get this one right now. Your word speaks for itself. This is a phrase they throw around all the time. Is this true? False. Yes. You do the work and then you speak to it using your voice, and you're not bragging. You're speaking to it. You're making it known, right? You're advocating for it. Yes. Okay, give me an example of when it's not. Let's listen. When you work in a smaller company, yes.
When you do structural change, you don't speak out the things. It actually brings the change in the structure of the company.
Right. I mean, if your teammates see your work, you don't, by this I don't mean you talk about every single task that you do all day. No. I mean, when you reach a big milestone that took a lot of effort and you coordinated, or you did things that are not visible to your boss, you might think your boss knows everything you're doing. Could be further from the truth. Those are the things you speak to. Naturally, people see your work. Thank you for the distinction there. Yeah, you're right. Okay, so now we're going to talk about the advantages of people with a strong voice. Right? You're going to go into your ecosystem. You're going to notice some people have different advantages afforded to them. And this is what happens happens when you have a strong voice in the workplace? You are easily understood and trusted, which is golden. So when you speak at a meeting, people respect you, people listen, people want to hear your ideas. You need a voice to communicate that. When you have a strong voice, you are heard and seen more in meetings and in groups, as opposed to feeling invisible. Have you felt invisible in a meeting? Or you try to speak up, but people just move past you? Nobody has experienced this? Well, that's great. Right? It's not fun. But you are heard and seen more. Visible to management and decision makers. When you express your thoughts, the decision makers on a project, the managers, they listen. Later they ask you for a follow-up. Right? This is the power of your voice and how you speak makes that happen. People are, you become advocates for your work and your value. So the whole point of speaking to our work is connect the dots to value, impact, contribution. I should have a slide for this. Value, impact, contribution. If you're just working hard and if you don't connect the dots for me to the value that it has, the impact that you have, the contribution that you made, you just worked hard. And we know hard work doesn't necessarily pay off. You have to connect the dots. So these people, if you have a strong voice, you speak to your work and to the value that it has. You're supported and often funded for your ideas. So the funding isn't just relevant in a startup. In a corporate environment, you might be competing for funding for a project, especially if it's your idea and it's not part of the pipeline projects. And you need to get funding for it, which means you need an executive sponsor, you need resources, you need people assigned. And to do that, you need to communicate your ideas with a strong voice, right? Imagine the things your voice can do. You're seen as a leader, innovator, and change agent. So you do all the hard work. You've got the technical expertise, but we need to have the voice that connects the dots to that. Okay. Now we're going to look at the components of a strong voice. Some of these you know, others we're going to explore together. Volume of our voice. Yes? How loud or how low we speak. Now, the only rule here is very simple. The person who's speaking cannot be straining to hear. It's our responsibility to speak at a volume that is easily heard. So, if people can hear you whisper, then whisper away. But it's our job to not be difficult to hear. So, in your classrooms this semester, when you're talking to Mark or your other professors, make sure your volume is just right. It's our responsibility, right? Now, the next one is pace. How quickly or how measured we speak. It's a condition. It's a natural tendency we have. But we can pay attention to it and modify it. The best way to do this is to mirror the pace of the other person. Now, you don't have to do this with your teammates because you're comfortable and you're not trying to impress upon them. But if your vice president is a fast talker and you are very measured, you might want to speed up because mirroring the pace, as you will see, we'll get that part, you stay connected with the other person. So, your pace. Now, let's look at tone, right? Who knows what tone is? What is it? A little bit. The tone is when I can say the same words but mean different things. For instance, ask me how I'm doing. Ask me how I'm doing. How I am doing. How are you? I'm fine. Ask me again. I'm fine. That's tone. There you go. Now, you have to pay attention to your tone, right? It has to be compassionate, empathetic, depending on what else you want it to do. Tone is using the emotion you overlay on your words. Clarity. Now, just like you, when I came to the US, and still probably, 30 years later, I still have an accent. And maybe you have an accent too. Here is the rule. Or maybe you use certain expressions. That's not very common. The only rule is I cannot be too confusing for understanding. So I can keep my accent, I can use my expressions, but if somebody has a difficult time understanding me, if the key people in that ecosystem have a hard time deciphering what I'm saying, I haven't really done myself a favor. So clarity of our language. How clearly do we communicate? This is huge. And if you have this one, you are so ahead of other engineers who don't think about this. And sometimes we're too smart for our own good. But if we're not clearly communicating, we miss out on all these opportunities. So clarity. And you do that with your voice. Punctuation. So this is a little advanced, but I want to share it with you. So, especially because we're technical professionals. So, have you ever been in a conversation with someone and they just do a download dump of so much information to you? There is no emphasis, there is no punctuation, it's just a big block. And it's very monotone, right? As opposed to telling a story. Even if you're telling me how the machine language works, purely technical, if you can tell me a story, emphasize the highlights, give me some details, that is punctuation. And that you do with your voice. Okay, now let's look at some examples. Let's demonstrate. I'm going to do a readout for you. And my tone here is enthusiastic, expert, and detailed. Okay, so listen to my voice. Thank you so much for having me present my project update, Pamela. So I want to recognize my entire team for their contribution. Now, my specific role was to complete the coding and debugging of Dreambox to show less than 2% margin of error. I have successfully done that, and here are the results. Okay, so that's one example of tone, and of course the rest of the components that I demonstrated. Now, let's listen to the second readout, a different situation. Hopefully my tone will come across as remorseful. I would like to earn the trust of this person, and I am accommodating. So let's take a listen. Sam, thank you so much for agreeing with me. First, I want to apologize for the miscommunication. So I've cleared it up with the team. John says we're good on the client fronts. And I just want to know, what else can I do to make this right? I really care about our relationship, and I want to earn your trust. Could you tell the difference in tone and the intent behind it? Lower my volume, I slow down, right? So that is how your tone is going to play a key role in connecting and building those relationships. We adjust our voice, and this is the power of your voice. You can mess up, but you can clear it up too and grow from it. All right, good. Just about 11 o'clock. So we have another activity, and we're going to be quick because we have a lot of things to do, but we're going to do this one. This is important. Getting pairs again, the same pairs are fine. Yeah. Okay, I am sorry, I can't hear. Try again. Yes. How do you overcome when you become self-conscious? Okay, so I would say ask yourself, because it's different for each of you, what about the situation or the person is making me self-conscious? And sometimes it's just not a good fit. We don't have a good chemistry with people. We still have to work with them, but it's not necessarily us. Okay, other times it's the titles. They tend to make some of us a little self-conscious and overwhelmed. Titles in the corporate world, they might make you a little nervous. But what is it, for instance, for you that has made you self-conscious? Being judged. Okay. The fear of being judged. Maybe you're not being judged, but you think you're being judged. So then the next question is, what might help you be more confident in that situation? Yeah, I mean, we might be judged, we might be assessed, and you are in some situations. Okay, but what might help you? Maybe you need reassurance from somebody else in your circle before you go into an interview. Maybe you need to practice so you got your thing down really well. But it's different for each of us. So what about this situation is making me self-conscious? Figure that out. What might help me be more confident? Hopefully that can help you process it a little bit. Good question. All your questions are excellent. So get embarrassed for me. We're going to do this quickly, but you're going to listen to each other's voice and pick one area to give feedback. The question you're going to ask each other is, hey friend, what inspires you? A simple question, right? You're getting to know each other. What inspires you? Any answers are welcome, but as they answer, listen to their voice and then say, you don't really sound excited about that. Maybe your tone, or it was too quick. Do a quick conversation together, and then we keep going, okay? Practice the tone. Come on. Don't have it. Yes, go ahead.
Go ahead. I wanted to ask you that based on the components that we spoke of.
Yes.
Yeah. You said that we always need to speak about our work. So what is how to define the fine line between bragging and actually exclaiming that about the work that we've done? If you could touch on that.
Yes. So go back to value. You did all this work. What is the value? For instance, it moved the project forward because it solved a particular challenge for the client. The client didn't understand the schematic. You created a schematic. The value is the client has now clear understanding and more confidence in renewing their contract. There's your value. Impact, the impact that you move the team forward, so now you are closer to deadline, you were lagging behind. Contribution, maybe you contributed in other ways. So those three words, which are sort of similar, you want to translate your work into value, impact, contribution, which means you need to understand what is of value to your boss. What does he or she consider impactful and a contribution? And those are things to clear up, ideally, at the start of the project. So this is great. I love your questions because I'm like deep diving into different directions. So keep them coming. Is that helpful?
Yeah.
Okay, wonderful. Yes.
I have another question.
Okay.
So I have noticed that when I'm probably in an interview or I'm talking about something that I'm nervous,
Okay.
I tend to keep my face quite clear.
Yes.
How do I combat that?
Okay. I have a whole slide on that because you know the thing that doesn't work. I'll get to it. I promise I will get to it. About slowing down. I will get to it. Okay, was that exercise helpful? Yes, one question, go ahead.
The area of improvement that you showed in your self-confidence was both applicable in an in-person setting. Can you also like,
Hybrid.
yeah, in a hybrid or a remote setting,
know.
how do we position ourselves as
Very good. So the question is the confidence areas, the circle. How, okay, let's come back, all of us. Right. The confidence areas, how do we use them in a Zoom, in I don't know, an email? So they do translate for the most part. It's just your setting is different. For instance, in a Zoom setting, they may not see your whole body language. So you have to amplify the things that are at your disposal. We still have eye contact, and I bet all of you know this, but I'll say it again. If you are making a point, you look at the camera, that makes the eye contact versus look at the picture of the person, right? We know this. And let's say, for instance, your hand gestures, you can show that. Voice becomes really critical in Zoom and also in a phone call where they don't even see you. So you look at the settings and all of those components, well, most of them translate to the setting. If only two of them translate, they don't see what you're wearing in a phone interview, they don't make eye contact, your voice and the words. Okay, everything has to go, all your confidence has to come through the components that we have on our disposal. Right, and it is a practice, it is a skill for different environments. In person, you still need to be comfortable in person. And I know it's hard, especially coming out of the pandemic, right? But we still have to have the skill of being in person because top of that ladder, a lot of those things happen in person meetings. Still in a digital world. So I hope that answers your question. You translate whatever you have access to. Who asked me that question? I'm looking at you. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Well, for all of you. But you look at the circle, which of these apply to my current scenario, and you amplify your confidence through that. Excellent questions. Now, I decided to skip a section, forgive me, but if we have time, we'll come back to it, I promise. So what we're going to do is now we're going to talk about risks of staying quiet versus speaking up. In case you are still thinking, oh, it's easier to be quiet. It is now, but later you might regret it. So let's take a look. What are some risks we're taking when we are not speaking up? You are overlooked. So we would like to think advancement, promotion, opportunities are automatic and based on just hard work. If you are not speaking to it, it's possible to still be overlooked. You could be really hardworking, but you're overlooked. That is a big risk. You do not want to do that. You want to speak to your work and what you need. Okay? You don't have to speak to it every day. You find the right time, the right setting, the right conversation, but you speak to it. Okay? Don't be humble in this particular area. You miss out on visibility and growth. So earlier we talked about those leadership opportunities that help you go beyond those circles of influence. Yes? So we need to speak up to get those visibility opportunities, to be considered for that. Even if you don't know what the visibility opportunities are, there are all these hidden opportunities at work that are not advertised. But if your manager knows you are looking for building your leadership skills, he or she will be on the lookout and they have visibility to it. You gotta speak up to do that, right? With your upper management, right? People who are your management and then above and above, clients and stakeholders. Are we familiar with the term stakeholder? Right? Exactly. People who have a stake in your project and work. Silence equates as which means if you have a concern, especially around culture. So I talk about culture in that there's still a lot of cultures that are not very healthy. Okay? But we can't change jobs every day, right? That would be exhausting. So it's our responsibility to help create the cultures we create, to be a role model and advocate for it. And if you see something in your culture and it's a concern, and you look the other way because maybe it doesn't affect you, you're also speaking up for others. Then we are saying we are okay with what is. And that is a big risk. You have to voice your position, share your concerns in a way that doesn't push people away. And there are ways to do that, but if you don't say anything, you're saying you're okay with things. Often we are not. We have to create the culture we want, especially in this wonderful, exciting time that we're in. So we want to speak up. Now, what's next? Okay, I have some examples. I'm going to have some of you read this out. So, speaking to your work without bragging. We just talked about this. Okay, so the mindset we have is, I am telling my manager because I have to educate and inform them. Because again, your manager doesn't really know what you're doing. I'm sorry, they assign something to you at the beginning of the quarter, and then you take on more, and they forget they have so much on their mind. So, we have a script here. And I would like volunteers. You get a chance to make things up. But this is the makeup. You say the boss's name. You can make up a name or say my name. Some pleasantries. Thank you so much for making time for this meeting. Good enough. My direct contribution to our project is threefold. And you can use your fingers. 1, 2, 3. I am organizing my information for my boss so they can follow along. And then here's what I want to discuss a project completion with you, if that's okay. Who would like to do this? Payroll packaging. Just make things up for the places where, okay, excellent. Go ahead. Then you're talking to your boss.
I have a question for it. My direct contribution,
No. Pleasantry.
how are you doing?
I'm good, thank you. What did you want to talk about?
I want to discuss the direct contribution to our project. My contribution to our project, which is mainly first of all, first thing is I think we have stuff for timelines digitally. Second is I think we have reduced the turnaround time by around 20%. And lastly, I think we are on the right trajectory, able to meet our costs and deliver the project on time. Considering all these things, I would like to discuss an opportunity to advance your project.
Okay, good. Thank you for raising your hand. Very good. Now, one thing I'm so glad you used this phrase. I think. Okay. You're going to say, I believe, I feel confident. Here is how I see it. It's more difficult. I know I think is this innocent phrase we put in front of things or say nothing. Here is where we are with the project. Here is how it's looking. Right? But great job. So this is how you educate your boss on progress. Right? Without bragging. The next one, we reach out to our circles of influence. We seek opportunities for more visibility. So again, I believe this is boss or a person of interest. This is a phrasing that I would like someone to practice. Who would like to go? Come on, it's easy enough, right? You want that visibility opportunity, you have to frame it. Okay, I'll pick you, please. Yeah, but really that was like you're in a conversation unit. So pick a name, my name, whoever, and that's what you're gonna say.
I'd like to present to our client at the next meeting. I'm fully prepared. I'll handle all their objections and reassure them of our commitment. Happy to run executive summary.
Okay, do you see what I did here? I volunteered for the visibility and I reassured my boss, I got this. Right? And maybe he will say, oh, you know what? I just don't think you're ready. I say, no, I see how you feel, but I assure you, I have prepared. I won't let you down. Let me have this opportunity? Right? Gently pushing. Good work. Very good work. And suddenly you have like a visibility opportunity in front of the client. Okay. Speaking of if you have concerns or feel uncomfortable, so we talked about it. Now this is aligning to our values and safe workplaces. So a disagreement we might have with a colleague. Then I have you. Have you spoken yet? No. Okay, try that first. You just read it, but like imagine yourself in the conversation. Yes. Okay, and then you make something up, right? I mean, you say what you was really different. But do you see the phrasing? I'm giving you a language that helps you position a different viewpoint. Good work. Now, this next one is a little bit more challenging, right? This is something I wish I had done. Who would like to practice this one? Okay, you go ahead. I'll take you next. Go ahead. That's okay. Try again. Hi. So long as your time was that hard to do? If you really have to say that to me, and you want to do that in a private setting, both of them. Disagreements or sharing concerns in a private setting so we don't embarrass the other person. But to do that means we're looking out for each other. We want to have fun, but also not to exclude people. The more you speak up, the healthier your work environment. Thank you. Good work. Yes, question.
I believe you've had experience in doing like a team with over this year.
Yes.
I want to ask you, from your point of view, how do you see maybe your subordinates come to you to like sports like present your executive team or something?
Okay.
Like how do you react now and even previously in your project videos?
So let me make sure I understand. I'm a team lead, and you're coming to me and you want to present executive summary.
Yeah, doing like what example should you take?
So like do you want something? You want me?
So if next I come to you, I want to do the meet.
You want to do the client meeting.
Exactly. And how would you react?
Right. And let's say you actually want to take my place in doing it. Let's make it really difficult, right? So your team lead always goes to the client meetings and they get all the visibility.
Exactly.
You're like, you know what? Why don't I go?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So let's use that example. So what we do is first, you have to find a reason for me to give you the opportunity. So preparation, making sure you do it as well as me, right? And also, I would say finding a way for me to see it as a benefit. So what immediately comes to mind is I don't have to travel to client site, take the half a day, go through all the trouble and present it up. You are giving me a break and you would like that opportunity and you would like to put the extra effort in on top of your responsibilities. So can you find a way beyond the excellent delivery and doing the job that I normally do is also a benefit to me? Okay? And it sounds like, I'm being tricky or trying to, but this is, if I can say, you know what, I think you're ready, and it would give me a break, I might do it. Or there may be other reasons. Maybe you offer to do the write-up for the whole meeting afterwards, and that's something I don't enjoy doing. But yes, ask away and get creative in how you position yourself. Yes.
I think my answer was really how do you
how would I react?
Yes. How do you perceive the person who is asking you?
It depends on the nature of our relationship. So let's say you have built trust with me while you have been on the team, we have a good rapport, I will feel fine about it. Maybe I still want to do it and I will say no, but I will feel fine about it. But if we have a tense relationship If something has transpired that we haven't addressed, I might not. Which goes back to how much we really need to make sure that trust is in that relationship, that the relationships are healthy, that we are communicating regularly. Excellent question. Excellent question. Anyone else? No. Welcome back, Mark. Thank you for joining us. All right then, so we'll keep going. Okay, so now we have a role play, and we are going to practice adapting our voice to the scenario. And the scenarios are as follows. So you get to pick. The first one is you want to put a new idea forth. And the voice that I want to suggest is you are enthusiastic and you are giving me the why and the how of the idea, and you are giving me the assurance of success. Let's say you want to, it's your job interview. I'm the interviewer. So you want to, the goal is explaining why you want to work for my company. Okay? The tone here is going to articulate clearly. Make eye contact with me. Confident is coming and be informed about it. A lot. I'm saying a lot. And the last one is getting the support you need. So asking for help. We talked about this earlier. How important it is to ask for help. The tone you want to adopt is a sense of belonging. You feel safe. It's a good team. You need support. And you're very specific about the help. This is really important. So maybe ask, what can you help with? Very specific. And how that leads to your success on the project. And again, the key point here is practicing our voice. We're going to do maybe one or two of the scenarios depending on our time. I would like volunteers who haven't been down here yet or haven't actually spoken today. So, you know who you are. Chairs, and we are going to go. And you pick which one. So I have three different scenarios. So whichever one you can most relate with or want to improve upon. If you have another scenario altogether, we can have a conversation around that. Okay, you want to come in? Your name and which scenario you would like.
Go with the first scenario.
First scenario, okay, so you have a new idea to make up something. The boss, you're on the team, and there is the general suggestion. You ready? Your name, question. Excellent. I will be your, give me your boss. Oh shit, what's up?
Hi, Farnoosh.
I'm good, it's good. Beautiful day. How are you?
I'm doing wonderful. So, I just wanted to run some ideas regarding my current company. A good time to talk.
Yeah, this is time. What's going on?
Yeah, so I was thinking that since you acting to where they had company acquired the entire company, probably what's their acquisitions and their purchases there with this company's work, and then put show projection as to how they can benefit from timely purchases and then align their profit margins accordingly to the timely purchases we suggest. What do you think that's like?
Okay. Good. So we're going to step out of it. I'm going to give you some feedback. First of all, good job. That's a complex idea. That's good. I want us to go through it again, and I want you to be very succinct and start at a high level why your idea and the problem you hope to solve. Then ask me if I'm interested, then we continue. So I want you to organize your information more because I was following, but then it was a lot. So try again. The idea, problem you want to solve, let's go again. So Harshit, what is this idea you want to share?
So,
Just pay attention, okay? Right.
So, for the company Sun Pharma, where we were working on the cost analysis of their
Okay,
purchases.
now relax.
Yes. So, I had some ideas. We've been doing cost analysis based on few equipments which they're buying to produce the medicines. Sierra data last 4 years. But when Sun Pharma got acquired by another big giant called Tech Pharma.
Okay.
So, I was thinking that since they are a single business unit now, and they're sharing their manufacturing units together, we could probably add their cost analysis as well and give them a projections about timely purchases so that we could, maximize on their profit gains.
Okay, I'm gonna stop you. This was better, but I still want you to say, here's a problem I'm hoping to solve with my idea. Let's be super specific. Don't lose me. Imagine your manager doesn't understand the technical stuff and like very specific. And here's the problem I like to solve. And then you said the problem, but I have to extract it. Here is the solution around the idea I will share. One more time. Okay, all right. So what's this idea you want to share?
Farnoosh, so we were working on this cost analysis project of starting farm regarding the manufacturing equipment purchases.
Okay.
So I was thinking, as an additional point.
The problem. Tell me the problem.
Yeah.
The problem is.
So the problem is that they've been having significant profit margin growth, but not as per their company.
That's right. I'm aware of that.
Profits.
Okay.
So I was thinking, since they got acquired by Tech Pharma last year, and the merger is now complete, and now it works as a single business
That's
entity,
right.
we could use some of their data as comparing them, and then could project it together for timely purchases rather than haphazard purchases, which they do, and help them understand to maximize on profits. How does it sound to you?
Okay, much better. So now I know what the problem is, and here is my idea, right? I'm gonna I'm gonna give you a couple of things to make it more powerful. The phrase I was thinking, or what do you think? It's very common, but a more powerful way to say it is, here is how I see it. Here's my idea. I believe, and do I have your go ahead? Might we be able to put this to work? So when you say, what do you think, it's so broad. I want you to direct the manager into the exact thing you want. Maybe you just want my go-ahead to go and do this. Might I have your go-ahead? May I have your support on this? I need 2 people to help me do this. Do you believe this is a good idea? So I'm really pushing you to have a powerful conversation, but now I was following better for the 3rd time. And your voice, by the way, was good, which was the whole exercise, right? Okay, good job, really good job. Oh, God, I'm pushing you, and it's gonna help you. Right, do we want to try one more, or do we want to keep going? I'll give you the option, because we're a little behind. Keep going, okay. You promise to practice this when you get together in break or in the future, okay, because you'll have all of this. All right, so now that brings us to our communication framework. So I call this my 4C communication framework, and there are 4 C's, no surprise there. Right there, I'm going to dive into them. These are the C's: compassionate tone, correct information, clear language, and calm demeanor. Now, as I go through this, keep in mind 2 things. Number 1, it would be ideal if you do this in every single communication you have. Well, it's not. So you start with high-stake communication. And we talked about this, right? It means the stakes are high. The results, the outcomes, we care a lot about them. So in those communications, we really want to pay attention to that. And number 2, think about which of these is most challenging for you. Maybe you are naturally very empathetic, but you struggle with clarity. You start focusing there. That's the highest area of growth. So let's take a look. Compassionate tone. Your delivery of the message is compassionate and kind, regardless of context. Doesn't matter the subject matter you're talking about. The base tone is compassion, and it applies to everything. You might be saying no to a request your colleague is making, a firm no, but your base tone is compassion and empathy. And then you have a serious tone. You can have more than one tone. Or you might be in a playful, jovial mode with your team, but there's always compassion at the base of it. And we already demonstrated how to show that in our voices with the tone of voice. Yes. Okay, so compassionate tone, always in our tone, correct information. Now, obviously, you do this, but here's the thing. There's so much information coming at us right now, right? And if it's a high-stake communication, let's say the big client and you're presenting final results, take the time to double check and triple check your data so you are 100% sure. And in case you need to argue for it, you feel confident it stands up because you double checked. Now, you can make mistakes and come back and recover from it. But when you get this right again and again, you become a reliable community. Right? So that's another detail of our 4C. The third one, clear language. Now we talked about this a little bit around voice and accent, right? Nobody should have a hard time understanding us. You can use the expressions you wish. You can have the authentic accent that you have. But if I have a hard time as your boss, as your client, understanding you, and I ask for clarity once or twice, the onus is on us to have clarity, to find a way to articulate a message, to communicate technical information to a non-technical audience. Yeah. So clarity is really important. And last but not least, calm demeanor, which is easy enough to do when things are going well. But when things are tense, when it's an emotionally charged situation, like I had every day when I was a customer support engineer, right? Irate customers losing millions of dollars and the network is broken, right? A lot of emotion. Those are times we need to be calm, and this might be harder for some of us than others. Control our breathing, take time out if we need it, and then you become a really powerful leader. Because everybody needs calm leaders around, especially in the IT world. So much can potentially go wrong. Right then, so the 4Cs, hopefully have some idea which ones you struggle with, which ones you excel at. But now, we're going to look at that example I promised you, right? There might be times when you want to challenge a no from your boss, and you have to do it in a diplomatic way. So here's an example of challenging a no from our boss. I'm giving you the script. Mike, thank you so much for meeting with me to hear my concerns. So I would respect your decision to move me off the project for this quarter, and yet I have a little bit of concern about that. May I share that with you? Right? I wait for him to nod, even though we are there to discuss this very thing. Then I will say, so my concern is twofold. Our clients were promised a 30% fix on the digital signal processor bug by version 3, and as you may know, the team has only fixed 18%. And the contract renewal for GNM is due, and it's due on the 30th, pending this delivery. So I've set the scene for my boss, right? And last but not least, I am the only coder on the team that can deliver the outstanding 12% fix in record time. Must you reconsider your decision and put me back on the project? You see, all of this is the benefit to my boss and my clients, not self-serving. But I am connecting the dots back to how I am the vessel to deliver this. This is how we challenge an L. And you might have just educated your boss who probably didn't know these details. Yeah? Thoughts, comments. You can use this exact script. And notice my delivery. Did you hear compassion in my voice? Right, but I was also serious, sharing a concern. All right. Let's continue. Right. Now I have some language for you. These are suggestions. So when you enter the corporate world, and maybe you have already experienced there's a certain language. Actually, Mark referred to different languages in different pockets of companies and organizations. So this language is sometimes very different from the language we use with our colleagues and our informal language. And these are some phrases that you can use that can be more than leader language. Validating understanding. So let's say that you are listening to somebody and it's a critical, high-stake communication, but you are lost. Staying quiet is risky. So you say, I'm so sorry to interrupt. Let me make sure I followed along. Here is my understanding. And you keep it high level. And maybe you got it right, maybe they can help you, right? But validating your understanding, because if you don't, maybe you misunderstand something and later fail. Pausing to check in with your audience. Let's say that you're sharing a presentation over Zoom or in person, and you can tell people are a little confused. So you take charge, and you might say, let me pause here and check in with you. Do you have any questions so far? Can I clarify anything? You're creating space for people to speak up, especially the shy introverted people, right? It's better to have them come along than have them lost and be polite. Yeah? All right. Expressing a different view. We've had a couple of examples like this. So you might say, thank you so much for sharing your views. I see it differently. I would like to share my perspective. Would that be all right? Especially if it's somebody who's at a different echelon, titles, what have you. You want to show the respect. You see it differently. Remember, you are that intellectual IT, or no, rather, IP, right? That they have hired. You're not a robot. You're allowed to express a different opinion. You do it with this language. Narrowing to top priorities. So this is around organizing what you say. Pay attention. Okay? I don't want to keep you on. Just kidding. Just kidding. So you might say, okay, so somebody comes to you and they dump 3 problems on you or more. Okay? Now, that's okay, but you can't focus on all of that. Let's say you're the tech lead. So you have them tell you what's the number 1 priority. I hear you on all of those concerns. Thank you for sharing them with me. So let's go through them. Which of those would you want to start addressing first? What's the most critical problem we need to tackle right now? Right? And when you go to others, make sure you give them one thing at a time to focus on. Right? All right, a little bit more on this. Are we doing okay? We're getting close to lunch. So, although I would like to go through lunch and present. No way. Okay, so asking for proof, data, and facts. You might need to see this, to do this. Let me see, which one was this? All right, so this is a way to challenge a colleague politely if you don't agree with their results. Okay, so they just shared their opinion, the direction the project needs to go, and you might say, you know, I can see you did a lot of work to arrive at these conclusions. Well done. Would you share the sources that made you arrive at that? Right? So there are ways that we can, not imply, but communicate that we would like to validate, especially if this data is going to go before a big client and you're both responsible. You don't want to tell them they're wrong, but you want to double check. You want to come to your own conclusions, right? Again, keeping it for high stake communications, but that is the way you can frame that. Another one, clearing up misunderstanding. The more you do this, the more peaceful your career, right? Because those will happen. So don't be afraid to say, I am so sorry about this unintended misunderstanding here that happened between us, right? I want to earn your trust again. How can I make that happen again? Now, I might really deserve this for a key relationship, but I'm not afraid to say this. When you say this, there's a lot of forgiveness. And you have to miss a step sometimes, but if you have the language, you will not alienate. You will have allies respect you, right? Last but not least, don't listen to people's concerns. So, let me remember the context here. Oh yes, this is where you're in a conversation. Let's say you're a tech lead someday, and you have people on your team, and they are sort of expressing their concerns, but you know there's more. You know they're not telling you that, right? Maybe they're in your position right now. They feel shy to express concerns. Well, you elicit it. You can say, you know, I heard the initial concerns, but what else is on your mind? What is the real concern here for you. That phrase verbatim, if you really want to know something that's on people's mind and they're not telling you, because knowing is better. You may decide to do something about it or not, but not knowing what concerns your team, managers have, you get confused. What is the real concern here for you? What else can I address? They might say everything's fine, but they might say, now that you said that, I wish we could do it this way. But we invite concerns. We're not afraid of hearing concerns. Questions, thoughts. And this is the language I give you. If you give the essence of these phrases, you can switch it around a little bit. All right. So let's keep going. Yeah. What do we have here? I have more role play. So I have scenarios on the next slide, and we're going to practice more conversations. Yeah, we're cool with that? Yeah? Okay. All right, so here are our scenarios. So in the first one, your goal is with clear language. Your boss micromanages you. It's not good, okay? I gave a whole talk on not micromanaging to managers, but it's still around. And it's becoming hard for you to focus because you also have to manage the boss's expectations and do all of your work. So it's a good conversation to practice. You have to set boundaries with me. I'll be the boss of this. Or as part manager, you have to persuade a new VP for an extra headcount. So I'm a few levels above you. You need an extra headcount. Remember asking for help and how in certain scenarios, if you don't, then it's harder to recover from poor quality. So that's one of those scenarios. Or tensions have escalated into an argument. You're the project lead, okay? So your team's kind of like in a tense situation. You have to be the mediator in this private meeting and re-establish peace. So the tension could be with me. I could role play that with you. Now, are these situations you can relate to? Often when I've done this, these are scenarios that have come up, or you can relate to and want to be good at having this conversation. As always, if there's another scenario, you want to have a conversation around that, just let me know and we'll do it. So I'm going to do two practices and two practices. So who's my first volunteer for one of these or another scenario? Somebody who hasn't spoken today, hasn't volunteered. You know who you are. I've kind of lost track. Okay, I know not. No, I give you that.
Already participated, can they do it again?
Not yet. No, maybe in the afternoon. I want to make sure we get like inclusive participation. The last row. I can see the last row coming. Okay, maybe yourself? Right behind. Yes. Come on. Come on. Over. There. You have to come here. Come down here, have a conversation with me. Get a little uncomfortable. Good work. Pick anything you like. Pay attention here so we can support anyone that's here. So, all right. Have a seat. What is your name? Anusha. Okay, welcome, Anusha. Which scenario would you like to do? Take a moment. We'll try setting down please. Your boss. Here. Okay. Yes, the first one. So have a seat, and I'll lay that for you. And let's completely pay attention here. Please, I will give you your lunch break. I was just kidding. All right. I'm your boss. I have been micromanaging you. I am in your face all the time. You need to have me back off, but you need to do it in a good way. You need to reassure me. I don't need to check in all this time. How might you go about doing that? Okay? All right, so we're going to go into it. Hi, Anusha. You wanted to talk to me about the project. What's on your mind? Yes. Hi, Kash. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I see that you're attracting.
Take a moment. This is difficult. This is like, what are you gonna say to your boss? Back off? No. No. But that's the essence of it, right? So think about reassuring me that things are going really well. Okay.
You're going to share the microphone.
I wish there were. I don't know how. Is there another one? It's a minute. We just walk and we have a conversation. Okay, sit here. You want to talk about the project?
Yes, Farnoosh, I have a concern here. I understand your major concern that you want the product to be delivered on time, but we have a delayed response from the other team, and we're not able to get our things done on time. I see that you're tracking our progress on daily basis, but it is really very hard to match up your expectations. We want some more time to deliver our product. So could you please extend the timeline?
Okay. First of all, that was really good. Okay. It was a little off topic. You were talking about me tracking all the time and you needed deadline extension. That wasn't the point here. I would like you to practice setting boundaries with a micromanaging boss. This is important. So I am constantly having you meet up with me, send me updates, and you need to tell me everything's going well, and we need to move to a weekly update. Would that be all right with you? Do you see the point? Okay, she's gonna try again. So Anusha, what's on your mind?
As Farnoosh, I understand your concern that you want us to deliver a good quality product, and we are on that. Our team is doing well. I mean, I'm tracking the progress on a daily basis, but I feel like you're trying to
No. So, okay, so maybe this one is, so let me speak to it. So, things we never want, things we never want to imply to our boss. You're doing this, you're saying this, no. You reassure me things are going well, and you have everything under control, and might we come to a different arrangement around check-ins? Don't tell me what I'm doing wrong, even if I'm doing everything wrong. Talk about what, right? This is important. You don't want to imply your boss is incompetent, wrong, or micromanaging. You want to build up his confidence, reassure him. I'm just not sure your project is not going well. That's why we micromanage out of a place of insecurity. So when you reassure me, and then we come to a new agreement, which is, could we do a weekly check-in so I can focus my energy more on the project? Would that be all right with you? Okay, and this is a difficult one. So you're doing great, but I do want to try one last time, and you set boundaries with me, but you reassure me first. One more time.
Your concern that we are on the project, we are trying to find working on the project. So it's not like check.
And we'll be giving you updates on the project on weekly basis instead of daily. So yeah, would that be all right?
Excellent. She got it, right? And this is important. This might come up for you. So thank you. Good score. Thank you. Challenging these sticky situations can be, and how your voice and your tone and your communication can resolve it. So you don't have 3 weeks of sleepless nights. It will happen. And you're just tense and worried. But now you reassure the boss. It's fine. I really want us to do that. It would be that simple. We never imply the boss is doing something wrong. We reframe it to a more positive way to build trust. Okay? All right. So that is a sufficient challenge around role play for now. Let's continue a little bit. And we're shooting for 12 o'clock, right? Is that right? All right. Okay, so we're going to talk about personalizing our communication even further. So I don't know if you have levels for your courses, at Clemson, we have ECE 100, 200, 300, the higher quantity. So it's more like 900 level communication, but it's a little bit of advanced stuff that can go far. And no talking between yourselves, please. You can talk at lunch, but let's pay attention so we grow quickly. All right? How do we personalize our communication? Have you noticed in your communication that sometimes the same way you communicate, you are effective and you can influence one person really well, but it falls flat with another person, right? And you might have also noticed that we have different styles of communication, right? So the idea here is how can we personalize our communication to the individual if and when we choose to, and those times are often the high-stake communications. So you don't have to always adapt, but if you have something really important, such as this conversation, you might really want to adapt to the boss's style so that you can connect and relate better. Okay, so it's a choice, but there are ways we can do this now. Let's talk about the science of making an impression on others. Turns out 93% of the impression that you make has nothing to do with the words that you say, right? And how much do we think about the words that we say? Right, too much, exactly. So 7% is the words that we use. What's the rest? Any guesses? Yes, very good. 55% is my body language. I can walk into a room, not say a word, and you might have already formed your opinion with the way I walk and manage my body, right? And the rest of it is the tone of voice, the thing we keep going back to, right? Hence the need, the argument for compassionate tone at all times as your base tone. Now, this is another reason we want to personalize that communication in times when the stakes are really high. So, everyone communicates, yes?
Yes.
Okay. But very, very few of us connect. So, you're in a conversation, and at first we're very well connected. But midway, you can feel me disconnecting from you, even though I'm still nodding along and I'm here and I'm making all the gestures. Have you experienced this? Right. Something happened for the person to disconnect, and there are things we can do to stay connected and continue to deliver our message, right? So to do that, we can choose to adapt our style. You all have a style of communication to the style of the other person. Okay? And there are specific ways we do that. So first of all, why might we want to do that? Okay, let's make a case for it. So in a team, at work, you will belong to a team. No matter where you go, you are going to be part of the team. You're going to work with different people, likely different styles of communication, different personalities, right? And you need to ask and offer help, right? Communicate, influence each other, support each other. This happens a lot. And in asking and offering help, you need to be effective. You need to communicate really, really well. And to do that, you want to adapt your style to your teammates. And this is a great place to start understanding what it means to adapt your style. Okay? So our goal is to increase all of that at all times, whether it's in our team or in other communications. So if your normal style of communication, in other words, isn't as effective with your tech lead, there are ways you can adapt it, change it on a conversation by conversation basis. I'll tell you exactly how, so that you can have more influence, be seen as more of a leader, have more trust between the two of you. So when you go, what was it? You were going to go to the client meeting, you get a yes from that. Okay, so where are the places we disconnect from others? The first place, and the easiest one to fix literally, that we disconnect from another person is in a difference of pace. So how quickly versus how measured and slowly we naturally communicate. Okay? So I happen to be pretty quick. And you saw the blind spot I had earlier, I spoke too fast. So I have learned to be more measured, especially if I'm going to go into a communication with somebody who is more measured. If they're not, I will stay at that pace. So mirroring the pace of that person can help us avoid the disconnect. The second one is in the priorities people have. So imagine your boss coming in and you're back from a vacation on Monday morning. And without any preamble, the boss says, John, welcome back. Where is that report that was due at 10 a.m.? All business, no personal, nothing else, right? And then someone else comes in, hi, how was your vacation? Where did you go? And 5 minutes later, by the way, that report at some point today, whenever you come, right? So those two people have different priorities. The boss is all task oriented. The other person is more people oriented. It's a natural focus. For you to stay connected with your boss, you might be just as business-like. I'll have it to you at 10 a.m. No worries, I'll do it. Right? To the point, follow. Right? We follow. The other person, you adapt. You have the pleasant communication. Again, it's a choice. But do you relate to those differences of style? So, for the key relationships that you have, you want to pay attention to those two. And that is how we adapt. That is really the executive summary. But we're going to go deeper. So let me ask you this. Actually, that is in the next slide. Let's see where you might place yourself on that spectrum of fast-paced versus measured. Where are you? Right? Do you have any idea? Is this something that you have enough self-awareness to say, you know, I'm more, okay, good, right? We relate. The other one might be a little more tricky. The tasks versus people. So let me make one distinction. This doesn't mean that people who are more focused on people and relationships don't care about the work, or that the boss that came in doesn't care about people. It's more the natural tendency. Maybe you're all task-oriented. Don't really think about asking about people and how they're doing. It's just your style. Versus some of you are really people-oriented, making sure everyone's doing well. So where might you put yourself on that spectrum? Okay? There's really 4 major styles. This is part of a much larger training. I just pulled it out. Just follow this behavioral profiling if you want to look it up. These are our styles. You might be in the top quadrant over there. You're fast-paced and task-oriented. Okay? More measured, but also task-oriented. Fast-paced and people-oriented, measured and people-oriented. Now, these are not black and white. There are degrees to it. And it helps to know where we fall and where the key people in our ecosystem fall if we want to connect and relate on a deep level. Okay? So, relates to where you are, can you roughly put yourself here? There's specific assessments you can do to know exactly where you are. But can we, for instance, I am somewhere over there between fast-paced, task-oriented, but a little bit towards the people. Okay? So what do we do with this information? How can we make it relevant to our work? So we are going to connect better in 2 ways. So let's say you are in an important conversation and you notice that the person is really fast-paced. Okay? What you want to do, speed up a little bit. You probably don't hear this a lot, but to speed your pace to match them. Does that make sense? For instance, if we're having a conversation and you're normally really slow and measured, but we're talking for 5 minutes and it's an important message, you match my pace. Okay? And I'm going to be more interested in keeping up with you because a fast-paced person might get bored to keep up with a measured pace, and a measured person can get overwhelmed trying to keep up with fast pace, right? It's just logical. So we can choose to adapt our pace here, or if we notice their priority, we can adapt. So let's say you're asking for that big funding, And the boss happens to be people oriented. They want to ask you about where you come from, your upbringing, whatever. And that's their style. And if you jump directly to the agenda, it is a mismatch in style. So it's easy enough to adapt on style as well, yes? I did a role play one time, which was really hard for this girl because she was very task oriented. And I kept telling her to ask me about the details of the restaurant and the social event and compliment me on my outfit. It was very specific and it's very hard to do, but it's very possible to adapt that style. Have you been in a situation where you felt the disconnect? And now it might make a little more sense that maybe you disconnected on your pace or on the style of communication. So if you had to do it again, might you have some ideas just from the thing that we covered, how to connect better? Okay, I'm getting some notes. Any questions? You guys are doing great. Yes, go ahead.
Is there relaxation like both ways or
Both ways, absolutely. Yeah, for sure. And you choose to adapt. The other person is just the other person, right? I mean, they may, but you're the one getting the train. So, and you're the one that wants the direction of the meeting to go on. You're leading that conversation. So yes, you need to know what your style is, what your case is, and you lead the other person. And if you realize it's vastly different, you adapt on one or the other. We can role play this at lunch or I don't have nothing specific to this. But does that answer your question? Yeah, you can go ahead. Any other questions? I think we might stop here. Or what do you think,
I
Mark?
think it's a good place to stop. Let me just kind of ask a few questions in my own, right? First of all, this role playing that we're seeing here is actually something we do quite extensively in negotiation. So that's MEM 429, it's offered in the spring. What we typically do is not negotiations in front of the class. We actually break every student up into teams, and those teams are negotiating, and then we come back and debrief at the end. So if that is useful to you, if you find, I guess, some sort of sense of learning from interacting with others on a basis that you haven't before, 429 is a great class because we not only cover negotiations like bargaining, but we also do mediation. So dispute resolution. So the class is roughly 60% bargaining, 40% disputes. And it's all in a technical context. So we don't bring in, too many things that are outside of technology. I was going to ask you guys, you've been here for half a day, right? Any takeaways, any learnings, any aha moments that you've had in the morning that you're going to take with you, at the end of the day?
Should I take the next one?
No. I mean, unless they say, oh, I'm looking for learning. There's something you got out of it that didn't come in with. Not a second over here. Yeah.
Just having good conversations with leaders.
Yeah.
That is something I'm very intimidated by, and it's given me a lot of clarity.
Oh, that's right.
So there's a tendency to avoid conflict, right? But in project management and product management, there's some degree of necessary conflict. Okay, in other words, disagreement that never gets surfaced, right? Has anyone heard the term passive aggressive? Anyone think it might apply to the entire community? Okay, most of you think it applies to the entire community. I agree with those who raise their hand. Okay, in fact, my experience is that engineers hate conflict, and they would rather put their heads down, open up their laptops, start coding, rather than deal with conflict. Okay, so recognize that when you graduate into management, you're no longer the engineer. You're going to have some degree of comfort with dealing with the uncomfortable. Does that sound right? Yes. Comfort with the uncomfortable. Okay. In other words, you have to have your own style about it. Sometimes, people just say things in the third person. It's like, I've heard this, or, I saw that, or it's been implied that we have this problem here. Any comments, and you can even look at the person who initiated it and say, what do you have to say about it, right? And so give them the platform, right? In many ways, as managers, that's what we do, is give people the platform. Let's not end up over here. No? All right, any other lessons learned? Yes.
Yeah, speaking about your work, providing your circle of influence, I think that's something I hadn't done too much before, but that's one thing I'm gonna definitely do.
By the way, I like the way you project it. Not everybody does that. And even though you're in the first row, I think I could have heard you if you were in the back. And that's a good thing, right? I think being heard is the first step towards being understood, right? And the right pace is important, but also the right projection. And I guess in the drama school, they have, this is a big deal, right? The engineering school, we don't even talk about it. Somewhere in between is the right answer. The right answer is, be comfortable in your own skin. And I know many of you are uncomfortable with public speaking. Am I right? Raise your hands. Anyone? A few of you? More than a few. Many more. I thought it was just me. When I was an MEM student, I would never have been up here. Never, right? Unless some professor dragged me, forced me, and even then, I would probably look for the exit rather than come to the front. Okay. Now, how did I overcome it? Wow. You want to know how far I went? I joined a church, and I volunteered to be a lector. Does anyone know what a lector is? No. Somebody who gets up in front of the whole congregation. So we're talking 200 people, right? And I'm reading from a book that I generally hate to say, don't normally read from. So it's unknown text with an unknown cadence, unknown context, right? And a whole bunch of strangers watching me at the same time. So it was maximum discomfort, right? And I put myself in that situation week after week after week after week, right? So I eventually got better at it. I don't think I'm perfect by any means, but I think I'm definitely better than I was when I was your age, right? Any other lessons learned? Yeah.
I wanted to say something first. So I know the previous company I had to work with a manager in a higher position. So whenever I go to Google something, he won't agree to it. And then I always have to send my manager who goes and says the same thing, and he agrees. It's something about authority because I'm a professional with that. So I was doing that, but now I think it's very funny with some techniques maybe I should have. Yeah.
Well, you're planting seeds. You wanted sometimes to be your boss's idea, even though you came from yourself, right? My wife and I talk about this all the time. We have children your age and grandchildren that are in, 7, 8, 9 years old. When it comes to our children, we often try to plant seeds of ideas that we want them to think it's their own idea, right? So we don't ask for immediate feedback, right? We just let it sit there. Then we come back a couple weeks later, we say, what do you think? Not about that idea, just what do you think about the topic? Right? Then they reframe the idea back to us as if it was their own, right? And we say, well, that actually sounds good. You really thought this through. I'm really proud of you. You've done a good job with this. It's just like half of us just stop me. But we don't care. We're at that age where it's just like, it's not about ownership. It's about progress. We collectively are making progress, right? I know I'm being told this is lunchtime.
No, I was actually gonna say, setting up groups on the device.
10 more minutes. Okay, we got probably another 10 minutes of stuff. You had your hand up, so.
Yeah.
So one of the
Thank you, Rosanna.
right. So one of the topics that I really like was
Yes.
identification of the blind spots. Right. So all my career, there were many points that I was not aware of or conscious of these points, but having them carried over here, right, I was able to add few of those points to my career. That was really helpful, and that will make me like really conscious of those points going forward.
So it's about your blind spots. It's also about the project blind spots, right? So I got two stories, right? One is just recently I joined the Rotary Club, and we were putting together the Face of Evidence, all right? And I listened to the project manager run through his agenda, right? And at the end of it, I asked him, well, what about social media? He says, well, what about it? Well, I didn't hear anyone take any actions at all on social media. I was thinking this day and age, you want to promote the event through social media. And he says, well, Mark, to be honest, that's not really my strength. I said, okay, let's figure out what needs to be done and let's get something on it. Right? Pointing it out in a friendly way, right? Especially in a non-threatening way, with hopefully some sort of positive suggestion as to how to fill that gap, right? The other example was 10 years ago. I was at Baxter doing some consulting with the project manager. And, you know, Baxter medical device projects are pretty complicated, right? And this guy, the project manager, had a mechanical engineering background. His favorite thing was to take the device, throw it out the window. I'm serious. He had a Firebird or something. He was driving the Firebird down the street and throwing it out the window at the same time. And he was so proud of how robust his design was. Look at this, it survived 30 miles an hour. It survived 40 miles an hour. And I said, well, how does this replicate what's going on the study? Are we at the Indy 500 here, or are we selling it to the hospital? And I said, well, what about software? And he said, what about it? I said, there's a lot of embedded software working on this infusion pump. He was talking about validation. He was talking about verification. What about your software test defects? What's your closure rate? He had no idea what I was talking about. No idea. Right? And the problem is he wasn't receptive to it either. So he said, next topic, he ignored software. And in the end, that project was totally derailed by software. Okay. So those blind spots that you have will become your nemesis. Those blind spots, if you don't allow somebody to illuminate them for you, they will grind themselves under your skin, right? You may not recover from it. Your project may not recover from it, right? If you have to, bring in an assistant project manager or some other trusted party, work with you to offset your weakness. That's the best leadership advice. If I had to give you one sentence leadership advice, hire the best people you can to surround you, even when they're smarter than you, right? And especially when they're smarter than you in those areas where you are weak. Okay? So if you're a mechanical engineer, you don't understand software, that's fine. Hire somebody that does, right? And also with behavior, right? I had a CEO at Motorola who was not a tough guy. He was a nice guy, right? His COO was a tough guy, right? You want to know, go to the COO. You want a yes, go to the CEO, right? In fact, this whole engineering school up until recently was organized the same way. Our dean didn't want to upset people, so he hires an associate dean whose job it is. You guys finish my sentence for me. Anything else then in terms? Oh, you got a whole bunch of learnings here. Okay. Yeah, I guess we'll start with you.
Yeah. So in my own company, I think the thing that I didn't do was to inform what I did.
Okay.
After the session, I decided that we have to get to inform without bragging about what we did.
Okay.
And then ask the question that we go out in their career. We'll ask that we've done all that and then
Value, contribution, impact, those things.
Yeah, I love it. That's great. That's great. And you're getting permission, you're giving permission, it comes in a full circle. Right? So excellent. I think you had your hand up too, right? Over there. Okay.
I learned a lot about my style of speaking. I never really thought about it. I could relate it to the previous conversations that I had, and how I could improve on those, and how I missed out on a lot of opportunities when I'm speaking up.
And I like the way you frame that, and then you can also flip that point over and say you've learned a lot about yourself, which allows you to see differences in others. And the one key message, I guess, would be those differences are okay. Unless they're completely dysfunctional, we are all different, right? Some are more introverts, some are more extroverts, right? Some can project very well, and others are not so much, right? So just understand that, and understand that they don't all have to be like you. When I was a young manager, I thought my job was to make everybody just like me. Create a mold that was a mark-like mold. Everybody in there, you're not fitting into my mold. You're useless. Go to the next one. Right? You know people like this, by the way? Yeah, this is a flaw in management. That's not even management. That's just trying to conform the world to yourself. I think what you're learning here is you have to adapt yourself to work, right? You want to succeed. You don't want to change the world. Trust me, I've tried changing the world and it doesn't really work. The world's a really big place, right? It's a lot easier to change yourself. You had your hand up. Right. As leaders, you're gonna look at people and you're gonna say, well, these are the strengths and weaknesses, and you're gonna try to fix people's weaknesses. And I'm gonna tell you now, focus on their strengths. Leverage their strengths, right? A really great coder might be horrible at English translation, right? Don't have them work on English translation, have them become a better coder, right? Hire an English translator, hire the missing pieces, right? Build on their strengths, leverage their strengths, right? And don't admonish them or punish them for not having perfection, right? Or not having the strengths that you were looking for. You should have hired for those strengths.
Like this has been a big, and for our journey and this is starting program.
Great.
So the one thing I like to see is progressing part where you actually gave some feedback and then you made the person taking forward again. So I think and considering that we have more such sessions, so I'm really looking forward to that because I think that's something that's very practical and like I think we can become more in that. So,
You're going to have an entire 10-week course in leadership. And that leadership is often about not understanding the history of leadership or the leadership of other people or studying great leaders. We're going to be studying you. You are going to be studying you, right? We're going to try to build mirrors for you to look at and say, okay, where am I a great leader? What can I work on? What do I need to work on, right? And recognize the leadership of others, right? And leading and following are two sides of that same coin. Recognizing when you need to be a good follower, when you need to be a good leader. So let me prepare you for tomorrow, because tomorrow's a big day because there's nothing else. It's going to be a long day. Okay. So try to get there early. I know many of you came in late today. Tomorrow, please try to get there before 8 if you can. There's reasons for that. One, we're going to be taking your photographs. Okay. So be prepared, be dressed appropriately, right? So that headshot can be used in a lot of different applications, whether it's LinkedIn or whether it's other social media postings, right? We're going to leverage that photograph. We'll probably take multiples and then you get to choose your favorite. And from that point forward, that's your MEM photograph. So be dressed appropriately. Also recognize we're going to take you on long walks, right? We're going to explore the campus. Have comfortable shoes, right? We're not going to be going into any laboratories, to my knowledge, where you need closed-toe shoes. So don't worry about that. But in the past, we used to go into mechanical labs, machine shops, things like that. We're not going to go into that level of detail tomorrow, simply because we don't have the time. It's too big of a group. We're going to be meeting in the MEC. Hopefully, you guys know where the MEC is. You know where the North Garage is.
Yeah.
It's right opposite Mud Library. Okay, so if you know where Mud Library is, across that green is the MEC. Okay, so you should be able to get in there before 8. We will have breakfast, so we will have some food and some drink for you. Let's see. Breakfast and lunch will be served. And just be prepared to introduce yourself. So when you introduce yourself tomorrow, it's essentially you keep it short, like under a minute, in fact, ideally under 45 seconds. If you have to practice this, please do, right? Some people, once they get started, like me, they can't stop. Okay? So 45 seconds, keep it succinct. Also, we want to know something about your passion, your interest, right? Whether it's a sport or a technology or a company. We've had folks that were cybersecurity experts, right? And it's good to know who those people are, right? Because you're going to run into opportunities. And maybe you're not a cyber guy, right? But you're talking to somebody who wants to hire a cyber guy. And you can say, you know what? A couple of my colleagues in my NEM class have, credentials in cybersecurity. Let me introduce you to them, right? Now, if you do that, and you do that, then every one of you does that. We are multiplying the opportunities for this cohort, okay? I want to get across to you that you're not competing with each other. You're collaborating on behalf of each other, okay? As well as yourself, right? If you look out for each other, that means somebody else is looking out for you, all right? Please keep that in mind. A lot of you want to be product managers, right? There's technical and non-technical product managers. Across the street at Kellogg School are 400 or 500 people that want to be non-technical product managers. I encourage you to be technical because that's your background. You have those skills. You're in an MEM program. It's all consistent, right? When you start saying, I want to focus on brand or marketing, you enter the world with 400 competitors in your backyard. Okay? Does that make sense? Yeah. Leverage your strength, build on your strengths, right? And recognize the strengths of each other. And look out for each other. This is as you will see, if I haven't shown you already, I am looking out for you. Okay? So if I see an opportunity that fits you, I'll send you an email, right? I might do an introduction, right? I might even walk you to the person if I have to, right? And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. You just say, hey, professor, this is a bad, oh, fine. Bad. Nobody got hurt, right? Just a few minutes lost, no problem. But I'm going to be looking out for you, and you're going to be looking out for each other. Okay? I think that's been 10 minutes, right?
Okay, so, yeah.
Time for lunch?
Can we have one? Yeah. Can we do a selfie? Do I have a permission? Do you have one here? There's one from today.
I don't know how many different.
Okay, we need to see if I can get everybody. Okay, okay, that's close enough. So I think I got all of you. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Cheers. This way. Thank you. Thank you.
I've got a picture of 6, so how can I go out?
We all can stand over there. You want you to stand
Okay,
somewhere.
are we ready?
Do people stand or sit? You can't really tell. Sitting fine?
Yeah. Ready? Thank you, Mark.
Okay. 1, 2, 3. Smile. I think I got you all. All right.
Thank you. And I'm around, so if you want to ask the question, just approach.
I wanted to ask a question. What I tend to notice was in career when very comfortable, confident, I don't stutter. Okay.
You don't stutter.
Yeah.
Okay.
But when I can think, when I have to think about what I'm gonna say,
Yeah.
I tend to be a little uncomfortable. What do you think? How can I improve on that?
How is the discomfort show? Is it in your voice?
No, I can feel it. It doesn't show it on my.
Can you still speak?
Yeah.
Okay, then you just do that. As long as I don't perceive the discomfort, right? So the session I skip was this emotional maturity before running a little behind. But basically, if that is completely uncomfortable, as long as the key person in front of you doesn't really see that. I mean, you can
But I don't feel uneasy. I mean, it
you
doesn't.
feel uneasy. I think you should just do more of that. No, that's okay. The more you do it, sometimes, yes, we always. Is there a timer?
Yeah.
What exactly is the show? Is it in public, like over animated? Do I play with my hands? Just right? And so see what happens. Let yourself explore.
Yeah.
You know? And then learn more and then correct one another. Because I hear a confident voice, I see a powerful posture. I do, which is nice.
Yeah.
So.
Thank you.
Okay, process and come back to me.
Yeah, sure.
Okay,
I have a question. A not be an actor. Back in India, I have worked there. Okay, yeah. Yeah, so, there, what I've noticed is the more stress you are as in, the lesser you say, the more that is sort of the norm there. Here, what I have noticed, I may be wrong, is people tend to speak a little more. Even if it's, you elaborate,
Yes, short conversation.
yeah, elaborate a little more, and the manner of speaking is slightly more informal. So we might add a couple of filler words in.
Yes, yes to that second one. Yeah, the first one depends on the person. The first one where people speak more and go on and on and on, it depends on the person.
Okay.
Okay, so that doesn't necessarily mean you need to be that.
Yeah,
I have been emphasizing certain times where we want to be sophisticated, but other times when you see me saying, you want to be yourself, you know, something like, hey, how are you? I'm good. Okay, maybe that's a time where you're building rapport.
Yeah.
But if you're talking about a concern, you want to be more mature. So think about whether the people that you're observing are role models.
Okay.
Because second one, American culture is, the work culture is more informal than a lot of other places. It's just informal. I'm teaching you guys levels of respect, but it doesn't mean you have to show up in a suit and tie, sir and ma'am. No, we're on first name basis, but the respect is there. The first one, it depends, and I would say adapt to the situation. Casual. Go on and keep talking. But if you're like, we're still there in meeting, and we have like 45 seconds tomorrow, you guys have an introduction. You can go on and on. It depends on the situation, I think. Yeah. Good stuff. All right. You're welcome. You're welcome. Thank you. You're welcome. Thank you. Go get lunch, and I'm just gonna put my business cards. You guys can write it on. But no, I'll be here. So think of what question and come back. Oh, I have a very lot of
Meet a lot of people. How do you get started? Build it.
I mean, I wanted to give you an assignment, which was not for sure. Work on your still. Okay, so you say
You want to be part of the gym.
Now, if this were we have a whole section like how to possibly or inspiring into and open, but not talking about food or weather, which means and if I don't work it out. Go get lunch. Yeah, I'll see you guys at one. Nice to meet you. What is that?
Thank you.
Oh, I thought you were giving me the pen.
Yeah, this is your pen.
No,
that's
yeah.
Okay.
All right.
So I have one question.
Sure.
Which I based on my work experience throughout. It's basically when I'm in meetings, I feel that I kind of get the big understand the process pretty quickly. So what that leads to is really not I understand people who don't even communicate very clearly. I generally understand it relatively quickly. But then what that leads to is me not asking the questions. Because I do have the challenge of listening. So if but that comes across as me being a little more uninterested.
I mean, or do you have a specific example where that's happened, or is that just in your head?
So it usually happens within meetings. So when I'm meeting someone for the first time or the second time, or I'm meeting the client and they're giving away what they want, their requirements, what they imagine the final product will be.
Yeah.
right? And I'm sitting in a group of like 4 or 5 people from my team.
But if you're, but if you are go deeper, get to know the client, their real concerns. So you should have some standard scripted follow-up questions. So for instance, the one where I think about concern, that's a popular one where, let's say, they're bringing a problem for you, halfway through the problem. And you're like, so I'm fully clear on everything that John and Jack told me. What other concerns might you have? What's the real concern here for? What else is on your mind? Something like that, where it's open-ended. You understand? Open-ended question. Open-ended. And even if you are just being diplomatic, it engages them. Because what I'm hearing is that maybe you don't engage them.
Yeah, because I'm more task-oriented and not people's person. Yeah.
Sure.
So for me, when I get my requirements, what I need to deliver to the clients, I just kind of tell them it's all clear. But then perception that goes along is
You could also practice repeating it back to work. So you say, I'm so excited to be working on this project. Here's my understanding. It's 1, 2, 3, and given the executive summary, was there anything else? Or you could always ask them to give you examples, even if you understand. Have them give you specific examples about something, so you validate your own right. But yeah, I can see how that can be seen as not as engaged, because then you don't want that. And it's easy enough for you to do. It's an easy fix,
yes,
So
I understand that.
And you might learn more about the project. I mean, you know what they shared, but maybe you open the door for them to share more.
Yeah, conversation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I have some examples. I have a lot of examples in the workbook actually around specific questions you could ask to engage more. So hopefully that will give you some ideas.
So the workbook is separate.
The workbook is separate as the whole workbook. Glad you're excited. No one's excited about workbooks. This is the presentation.
Yeah.
And it's 100 slides. I hope you get through all of it. So you guys get a copy of that. But then there's a workbook that goes deeper on exercise. You'll get that as well.
Okay, that's great.
Yes. Okay. Now go get your lunch. Nice talking to you. Yeah. Hi. I'm so good.
So, I wanted to discuss a few things.
Sure.
In my work previously, so and there was a lot of disputes. So, as a manager, since I'm pursuing management and we take care of managing rules, resolve disputes in the workplace. It's something that I want. This is a skill I want to do. And if you have any suggestions for books or anything.
There's like, I have a full you might have some examples. I mean, huge, right? You sure you can be both. I mean, I can't do a think through it. But if there's anything in particular I could help you with based on what I've learned. For instance, it's not something that's and then you have to first get clear, what am I doing about? Am I going to am I going to put people together to resolve it? Because if you manage the humble and these two are having trouble, you could have a conversation with I know relationship. You can love it. What is the concern? You can have a one-on-one with them, and then you could put them or you could meet have a meeting with you up down there. It's sort of a play therapist. I don't really recommend that. It takes a lot of skill. And another one is, I'm just figuring out the consequences. So usually it's not good, but sometimes healthy disagreement versus relationship. You understand? So we are and what is really fun. We can also go the disagreement seeing the differently doesn't affect the relationship. So it's more tense when people are that needs to be solved, but it's just a journey, and you are like, because that might seem like something you have to do, but sometimes it's okay. Like he said, it's also about conflict, it's an inevitable project. Sometimes like he says, if you say one thing, or you disagree respectfully, but still openly, which one would you say your experience?
It was,
Like 2 seconds. 2 seconds. Yeah.
it wasn't.
It was uncomfortable. So you can, okay, the relationship worked, and then it becomes toxic and stress others. Which narrows the source of the problem, like the people who were, which, was that easier to find, or was everyone?
Everyone wanted it. So
Genuinely, were you in a position to train your teams?
So I wasn't in a
Managerial.
managerial position. Yeah, the things that I could see, I'm sure I'll be the job I'll be doing.
You will.
I'll be not in a position to.
Yeah. I mean, I didn't remember. You know what? We're all engineers, so like this was the class is a conversation. We all need to have lots of experience and go on well. One option, having people, certain golden rules. Okay, we disagree, but this is how we say it. Understanding this. That's not one strategy of review, but to identify. Be one, is it particular type of the problem? Maybe sometimes and have it unresolved, it then it's resolved.
Separate domain before.
Yes. You know, you can look. We're up against the deadline. I want to first of all congratulate everyone on the job. Maybe you just not sure. Back to next year, right?
So, one more thing I wanted to, yeah.
Okay, so you gotta go into.
I just wanted to share, so I'm confident that one for sure. But, my hands are. So how can I? So it's all thanks to. It's a condition, but it's just because of design. But the composure and.
I cannot.
Yeah.
Like, it's like, right? It was really confident, it's like, this is exactly how I confident person. Well, first of all, does it mean you are?
While shaking hands. Yeah.
So there's some little on the contact.
Yeah, actually, I knew someone with the same condition. So that, yeah, so the way he opened the study, he's not thinking. So as long as you're conscious about your condition, you'll see another day that will come. And then the other person will be.
Or you can make one of the people like self-forgiving jumps.
Yeah, definitely.
You know, 12 hands, one. Right? And, you know, doing things, I mean, if you're going to change things, just do it for yourself. Don't do it because it makes you wrong and special. That is not something that might happen against you. We all have our own limitations, you know? So, but yeah, making a joke about our conditions, right? So, keep an eye on our picture. Come on. Okay. It's good. It's fine. It's totally fine. Now go to lunch. Go to lunch. Good to start. Nice talking to you. Come back and follow up. Okay. You're very welcome. You're very welcome. Perfect. Oh. Yeah. Yeah, thank you. That's like, I know, but I know. Yeah, remember when I said about the voice, they nothing about customization, like in a negotiation, where you ask them, in that, you want to propose that type of, you know, as a human shape. Talk about it. And then I smile. So that might be longer than 3 to 5 seconds, but 3 to 5 seconds. But if you're not, like you're second guessing constantly, some second guessing. Just like you just did, like something.
There's a point to be made that
Yeah.
so that you of yourself all the stuff. Yeah, so I struggle sometimes with that. So I think yes, like the library.
Okay.
So I don't go around sometimes I make it too quiet. So I don't maybe I wish this is something that I try, but I
even though you're talking about like where I was giving you things that are scary, but you want to speak. You need to pick something to do to make you like for you. You're getting it. And you're usually right. Okay, which means if you are not picking up more often is your challenge. So the work here to do that and decide situations between and then you accept, right? But I would say that that's the best way for you to find to identify a behavior that you think is a bias. Of course, there's always engaging others for feedback, but you have to but the guessing is, okay, we're looking at those examples. So you pick one. Remember that the exercises, there's qualities in extremes. When you decide to integrate a new behavior, for speaking up?
Not speaking up.
I mean, first of all, did you do the whole work? And I don't feel problems with I don't. I mean, you've already identified some of the things. So we're just going to do lunch, and I'm going to run some stuff. I'll see you at 1 o'clock. Good question.
During COVID, I mean. That was what they were.
Thank you.
I walk. Yeah. Yeah. Comments are reinforcing what we're talking about. Yeah, I mean, so far, I like to say a little lecture dominated, maybe because of where I went. Yeah, I think so. Which one I got some engagement, right?
Oh, that was great.
Yeah.
Yeah, yes. Yeah, and we had a lot of volunteers.
Right. So I think by asking some of the leading questions, some of the stuff that I was doing, I was trying to pattern some ways that I found accessible and okay to students, right? So feel free to use it.
No, thank you. I appreciate it. No, I love you.
Yeah. Well, I want them to learn from my experience as well as, I mean, I've 30 years out there, so. Yeah, it's great.
Oh, you have 22 years here.
Yeah, but it overlaps. So I was a part-time intern for 10 years. So that's why I'm not 75 years old. But otherwise I'd have to because it wouldn't work out.
Right.
But so I had about 10 years where I was close.
Right.
That was good. Yeah.
But
Up until 15.
so we had
Really?
oh yeah.
Good.
And girls, I have had like I mean, I love
And don't fear. Don't call it.
you know, like from their seats and doing like script work from their seat and we had some design.
That's
So
good.
I feel like, you know, I earned some trust from you.
That's good. Yeah. I think they're good. And I'm like, yeah, I feel like you, I mean, people who teach, and we were practicing.
Right.
How can something? I got English teachers.
I mean, you know, that much, but your the consulting work in the world. Yeah. That's
I mean, like,
but I know what you mean. You're not like
very sorry.
right. Oh, she's very
Very correct. Like,
she called me out on it. Well, like it's just feedback and just it was like it's a big deal, right? How you might respond. Right. Now you might respond.
Very direct words. You could take it from an opinion. But he's speaking very well trained.
No, I'm sure that was it, but he didn't say it anyway. So.
Right.
Right, so I mean, I love the kind of thing, but yeah, they did. Trevor was there at the time, and we also did, in addition, the second time we had John being able to Alfred and Albert and Albert and Trevor in the lounge, which is California. We did some of late. He went to don't
I can join afterwards, but I'm gonna try to feel away from about 2:45.
because I heard
Maybe we can wrap by 2:45.
you would like to wrap like
That way it gives you transition time, so you can meet people downstairs and through the tea or whatever. That way, if you want to go downstairs, great, otherwise, they can leave. Because tomorrow's a long day, I don't wanna.
and then you know, I know that.
They haven't even technically been introduced to each other. Yeah, they're like shaking each other's hand because they've never met each other. So tomorrow's when they actually meet each other. Yeah, I think you got some people want to ask.
Thank you, Mark. Okay. So where are you? Most people have. No, yeah, I know. Everyone knows, but it could be back. So it resonates.
So something once I say, I'm thought about it. We work very hard in the convention. And I also found that I was one of the first applicants in the convention. I think it's really the domains which have influenced yeah. It's difficult to navigate it's not how
So it's be different, we call them theaters, with different theaters, and I get that. So.
I was positioned in
So you didn't have someone, because it would have helped, but that's what I would tell you. You just to find somebody who can guide you about the local culture, the local thing or you have you have to identify. Like if I have when I have the Japan culture, which is like another class. Yeah, I love Japan, but working with them, they had their own theater. They weren't even part of Asia. Okay, so I had to work with someone. I had a friend who, my college, who was sort of like my spokesperson. She was like, in this college, and then on the side, so you have to was organic. That is the way I do it. That's why I Google it and learn. I mean, everything we talk about. Canada, big Australia, talking Brazil, South Central America, some of the here. Your email and that is your time.
And that's probably why I
I know. And you know, all of working progress time. I'm not saying don't be proposed ever. You can move them and then you message is gone and then social. Right? So, you got it. Let's go. Yes, you.
Right, guys, let's get started.
Yeah. Is it on? I don't think it's on. No. Okay. What have you asked about this earlier? Right? And I said I have a slide coming up on this. Okay, let's pay attention. Are we ready? Are we good? All right, starting back up. So, for those of you who are fast talkers, how helpful is it when someone tells you to just slow down? I don't think it's very helpful. I mean, if you want to, but your conditioning has you going fast. Now, there are often more times for the fast talkers to slow down than vice versa. I was just sharing with one of you. Most of the world is in the measured pace. So it's more likely if you're fast, your executive, your tech lead is going to be more measured. So you have to slow down. So this is a good skill to have. And instead of beating yourself up to slow down, here's what you're going to do. What you need to do is you're in the moment. You need to give your brain something to do. Okay? So you are going to start to actively listen to the sound of your voice. I'm doing that right now. I am actually listening to the sound of my voice. And when we do that, we automatically slow down. So normally you just speak and you get really into the speaking. But for those times that you want to consciously slow down, you tune in to the sound that your voice is making. You can practice this later on your own. Tune into the sound, and that automatically slows you down because your brain has to focus on that. And I have found this to be an effective tool, especially if you are really anxious and nervous and it's hard for you to do it. So it's a tool for you to practice, right? But with that, we are going to wrap our section and go into a section where by the end of this, you will have a way to share with others your unique value. You will understand why each of you has unique value. We talked about value, impact, and contribution, remember? And you will know how to speak to it, how to articulate it. This person, I want you to imagine that is your boss, your executive someday, the person who's going to fund your project, your interviewer. Do they look a little intimidating? Intimidating. And they need to see your confidence. They need to see your confidence. They need to hear it, and they need to hear your value and be able to see that in value. So this is the person we are trying to resonate with. They are skeptical. We really need to have a great position. All right, so let's talk about what I call a unique serving proposition. Sometimes this is called a unique selling proposition. I don't really like the word selling. I like for us to think about how we are of powerful service to the world. So what is it that we can identify as your unique serving proposition, your USP? The definition is your USP is going to be a compelling statement or two about why and how you, each of you, is uniquely positioned for an opportunity. So uniquely positioned means you can do it a certain way. Do you understand the definition of unique? There's only one of that thing. And you're going to be able to speak to that as you seek opportunities, projects, roles, advancement, promotions. Okay? So we're going to have a statement that we can identify with. Now, let's talk about how you can apply this USP when we craft it. The first way is it becomes your professional branding statement. So you might think of branding if you're in a business, right? How many of you want to start a business someday? Okay, great. So you will have to have a brand marketing, you get that. You also have a brand in a corporate environment. Okay? There's a brand of a professional that you are, and that becomes attached to your reputation. The USP becomes your branding statement as people get to know you. Okay? It becomes your elevator pitch with executives. As you grow in that circle of influence, you meet new people. This is something that you can share with them for them to quickly get to know your unique value. You're not seeking a position or anything, but it's for them to get to know you. Okay, something that you have in your back pocket, you can pull it out any time. I sit here at events, and somebody asked, and I have specific icebreaker phrases in the networking section. This is something you can incorporate in that icebreaker, your USP, to quickly let other people who you are, what you do well, your unique value. Okay? You can use it as informational interview. How many of you are familiar with informational interviews? Right? No? So there's the formal interviews, right? That we do to get a formal position. Informational interviews are something I want to encourage you to do as you navigate your corporate careers. It's conversations you have with people that you hope to work with someday. Maybe there is an organization you want to be involved with, and you have a conversation. You get to know them, they get to know you. There's no position yet, but it's an informational interview, and it's a perfectly good term to use. And you can even use it in your network as you navigate, your interview process. As you get to know people, they might be willing to have an informational interview. Yes.
We have a very robust LinkedIn group, and that's over 700 along. Yes. And if you have a company, you can easily search LinkedIn. But even beyond that, you can go to the Northwestern alumni database. Even as students get access to the database, that also is searchable. So where we have 700 people in LinkedIn, there's tens of thousands of Northwestern alumni across the world. So, and they too will have company name, and I believe their current title in the database.
And you could, once you get to know them, request an informational interview with them, right? So use that connection. Thank you for that great example. It's an enabler for internal company moves. So just as you have those informational interviews, you pitch to executives with your USP, this can become something that you get known for it. And if you want to make an internal company move, right? We understand. You want to go from this part of the company to another, it can enable that for you. And of course, it positions you for visibility projects, for leadership projects. So those leadership opportunities we did earlier, where we're looking for those, the USP, which you will craft in a few minutes, is something you can use to position yourself for projects on top of your regular roles and responsibilities. So a good bit of applications for it. Now let's take a look at what are the pillars that build this up. So who agrees here that our skills do not make us unique? Even if you have 1,000 skills, does that make you, okay, thousands a lot, but do your skills, your technical skills, even your leadership skills, does that make you unique, one of a kind? No, I can find others who have those skills. So there's at least more than one. What about your experience? Skill plus experience. Does that make you one of a kind? Not yet. Right? Because I can look harder and I can find people who have similar experience on top of those skills, right? You're still in a smaller pool, but you're not unique yet. We're going for unique. Any guesses as to our third pillar? I can't hear it. Guesses? Think about what about you will help make this unique. It's not ambition. Personality, I call it character. And we're going to give you the character qualities and traits that you embody. Now, when you understand that and you craft something around that, I argue that is unique. If you can speak to all of that, it's hard to find someone else that has all of those. Now, let's apply some examples. So in our technical sphere, your skills are your expertise. Later, you get industry certifications, qualifications, you take courses, your abilities. That's your pool of technicals or skills, technical and non-technical. Your experience, work experience, yes, but also life experience, which can help us with work experience. Your upbringing, your challenges in life that can help you, maybe navigate complex situations, your culture, the adventures you have, the sum of your experiences, which you can take into the workplace. And then comes our character. This is the piece very few think about and focus on. And if I am hiring you, yes, I'm hiring you for 1 and 2, but really, the person you are is going to matter at the end of the day. The person you are is going to show up in a conflict, in a difficult decision, in gray ethical areas. And that is something we want to learn to highlight. Our character, our perspectives, our inclination, ethics, principles, and words for it. Right? So I'm going to have you think very hard about the third pillar because 1 and 2 we mostly cover. Thoughts, questions? Okay, let's give you a specific example here. Right? So for a STEM role, our skills might look like this. Coding, analyzing data, translating data into a compelling story. That's a great skill. If you can do it, right? Storytelling with data. All right. Or other skills. Your experience. Maybe you had an internship at a company, living abroad, you were raised in a mixed culture. All of those have value. Some lessons you have learned from that, the sum of your experiences. And we do this pretty well, right? 1 and 2. In your resume, on your LinkedIn. How many of you pay attention to character? Yes? Okay, good. We'll refine it. For those of you who are already thinking about it. For instance, the character of this person could be, I'm highly reliable. I am curious. I look at problems from a curious angle. I'm forward thinking. And I'm slightly impatient. And I put that on there because that is a positive quality. I get things done well ahead of deadline. I am always early to meetings, right? For instance, right? This is an example. Now, what might your USP pillars look like? So actually, we have something else here. So the interview questions you can answer with the USP. So you have to insert your USP naturally into a conversation. That's really the challenge for it. No one's going to say, okay, so what was your name? Jyotika. Jyotika, tell me your USP. What is pillar 1, pillar 2, pillar 3? No one's going to do that. They are going to ask you those standard questions. You need to insert your USP that we're going to craft in these answers. Tell me about yourself, right? What makes you stand out among others? Why should we hire you? You know, these are not very easy questions, right? But we have to answer it. Why do you want the role? How can you add value to this project for us? Or why do you want to join our team or company? All of these are openers to insert our USP. Okay, so let's use it in a natural conversational tone. So the example of the symbol I just gave you, I have formulated that into a natural conversational tone. Let's take a look. I might say, oh, I would love to share with you why I feel well qualified for this job. With my expertise in coding, analyzing data, and translating that data for our clients into a compelling story, I'm able to add value to this project to drive results for us and even present them to customers. Okay, you can see I pulled it out. Now, second part. So with my internship experience, I have learned to be resilient. I work really well under pressure, and I get on well with my teammates. Okay, now comes the character part. And I am someone who is. Now, I find this phrase is sometimes easier to say that than these are my character traits, right? I am someone who is reliable, naturally curious, forward thinking in my approach, and at times I am slightly impatient to get my work done. Okay, and then I am going to transition over clearly. I try to do this in our role play, right? When you're done speaking, train yourself to transition over clearly. So this is an example of a transition. Would you like me to provide any examples or go into further detail? So your USP does not have to be long, but I address the 3 pillars here: skill, experience, character. I spoke to it. How many of you have spoken to your characters in your interviews? I'm curious. Okay, I'm hoping more and more of us start to incorporate that, right? So we are going to, by the way, you get a copy of your welcome day pictures, you get a copy of all the presentations. So you will have all of this as reference, but we are going to now do a solo activity, and we're going to craft your USP. Now, I know you have lots of skills, but I want you to pick one top skill. Imagine the top skill that you have, your top value skill from your technical portfolio. I want you to pick one key experience, and then we're going to focus on 3 character traits. I'm going to give you a long list to pick from, because it's hard to know, right? I'm going to give you some ways to think about that. But that is the essence of it. That is what really we're focusing on. So we're going to combine this later to tell a story. This is one of our main activities. So let me give you the character traits. Okay, but 1 and 2 is clear. Yes, do we have questions? Like you can think of one of your top skills and top experiences, right? Excellent. Now, the character traits, here is the list. And if it's not on the list, you can take it. These are some character traits that are of value to your employers. You are focused heavily on deliverables. You get along with everyone. You're a big helper and supporter. One of your character traits is you love to support others. You share concerns with clarity and compassion. Now, it's possible all of you have a degree of all of this, right? You want to pick the one that amplifies in your character, like you naturally do it. Does that make sense? So we all have a degree of all of this, and we can learn them. But for instance, if you're calm and steady under stress, I would not pick that one. But Andy might. I wonder what Mark would pick. He might pick, which one would you pick, Mark?
Mediator, team conflicts.
Excellent. That's a hard one to do, right? So you
That's
know.
why I like it. Harder the better.
And I have another slide too, because there's so many character traits. Excuse me 1 second. Okay, natural leader and influencer. High integrity and ethical. I did this exact exercise with senior leaders, at top of the leaders of an engineering firm. And it was very interesting how they picked the character traits in one another. So there are executives that are engineering firm that work really well with each other. And so some of them couldn't see, for instance, that which one was it who had very high integrity and he was very ethical, but his colleagues had seen that in him. So as you go into the workplace, you're going to observe there's some others. But right now the work is observe your top 3. So actually might help if you take a snapshot of this, but I'm going to switch back and forth. So here's our exercise again. For this one, I want to give you 5 minutes. And this exercise will start here, but there is an extended version in the workbook. If you do one exercise from everything I give you, do the USP and take it into it. So 1 skill, 1 experience, and then 3 traits. Yes? Okay, I'm going to put it on this, and then I'm going to go to the next one in a few minutes. Let me know if you have any questions or if it's not making sense or anything I can clarify to help you pick. The next one, actually. So there is the next one. Oh, the previous one, absolutely. There is your exercise. You want to give us 5 minutes. I'm going to walk around. So if you have any questions, you're welcome to ask. Okay? Yeah. I was thinking that. Oh, excellent. And I'm going to move to the next one, yes. Here's some exciting news. Mark wants you to use this as your introductions tomorrow. So we're getting a head start. And we can totally do it in the 45 seconds. Okay. Yeah. Most of you looked like you were done. This was so easy. I'm so glad, but we're not quite done yet. So, did you get enough exposure to these two slides? Because now we have one more. And how many of you have already put it into a paragraph in a conversational tone to mimic this storytelling conversation style, if you will? And I saw a lot of you just took notes, but or you can just look at it and do this organically. That's an option too, because we're gonna have some volunteers to share theirs. Do you have any questions as to how you might do it? And this is not the exact phrasing, but it's something that can guide you.
Give the scenario, let's say they want to be a product manager.
Right.
And you've got product manager opportunity in front of that.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I was thinking of the scenario for tomorrow's introduction. That could be just an introduction where you're impressing upon your NEM director, right? But for a workplace scenario, I would say, and it varies for different jobs. What is the product manager?
Product manager, project and program manager, these are the typical objectives
Okay.
that most of those.
Okay, so that's what we're gonna go. We're gonna do this in response to informational or formal interview for a product manager role. So make your skill relevant to that, make your experience relevant to that, and your character will be. You'll have to connect the dots. And we're gonna have some volunteers do this for us. And the first draft is always gonna be drafty, that's okay. So who would like to start us off? Okay, wonderful, go ahead. Actually, maybe I start by saying, so what makes you feel like you're qualified for the product manager role?
So the one skill which I have developed from my past internships and various organizations is a techno-commercial oriented role. I was working as an offering manager for various direct and indirect clients. And for that role, I have few characteristics like value excellence and the quality of the product and service we are providing. I tend to build relationships well with the customer so that we are in great trust with them and we continue our business relationship with them. And finally, I am a deep listener and observer because that really helps me to stitch the solution properly as per need-based requirement and probably increase wallet share for our organization and in return build for trust.
And transition over to me.
So would you like would you like to provide any examples for you to understanding details?
Thank you. What was your name?
Arshad.
Arshad. Thank you so much for that. So Arshad's volunteer. Okay, great job. And may I add a couple of food for thought to make it even better? So, do you know the difference between reading the script and really embodying it? So, and that's the process of making something natural and conversational. So, it's perfectly fine. You will more read it. That's okay. You just wrote it down. No normal. What I want to hear is something that's more conversational. You know, Farnoosh would love to tell you why I qualified for that product manager role. First, my top skill. This is the top skill I have had in my past experience. I have top value and contribution in my previous role. Second, my top experience. And you can number them. You can actually be specific about it. And here are some character traits that I see as values. So, more natural delivery, but the pieces were good. Great job. Okay, you just have to keep practicing.
Yes.
Thank you. Who else would like to go? Who else would like to be this product manager? You're looking down, you're avoiding eye contact. I know that trick. Come on, this is what we practice now, so tomorrow we can have a really powerful introduction. Right? And there's no way to do it wrong. Okay, yes, go ahead. So, why should we hire you for this product manager role, Shabir? Yes, go ahead, yes.
Thanks, Faroosh. I would love to share why I'm a good fit for this job. My previous experiences in product-based, customer-facing roles have learned to be empathetic, data-driven, and understand the pulse of customers. In my previous role as Salesforce, I was able to drive results through data, have high interpersonal communication skills while maintaining a collaborative culture. I see myself as someone who's highly reliable, slightly patient with my work, and I will get the things done.
Transition.
Would you like me to provide examples or on how these qualities were embodied in my previous experience?
Good, good. How did that feel? Good, yeah. Good. And I meant to ask you, how did that feel when you did that? Well, good, right. And we want to feel really good about our introduction. Okay, that was good. That flowed. Okay, you can still do better. That flowed good. And I would say, were you identifying this skill because I felt like you were starting with experience. Again, there's no like right or wrong, but I would like for us to, in this exercise, speak to a top skill and name it as such. You know, my top skill, where I've given the most contribution, is coding in this language and translating the data into a story. The top experience I bring to this product manager role, connect the dots to this product manager role, to your team, to your organization, is that I managed a very similar project, and here are the results. And I see myself as someone, and you did that quite well, who is reliable, ethical, etc. Right? So I'm pushing for hearing the natural. I don't want to hear scripted, right? It's easy enough for us, thank you. It's easy enough for us to memorize and to be scripted. I want the interviewer to hear the confidence in the natural delivery. And again, it's your first time doing it. So I'm pushing that. Thank you for welcoming it. Who would like to practice it next?
Looks like a great place to get feedback.
Yeah.
We're going to be on the tomorrow. So.
Right. Okay, go ahead. So let me start with this. So yeah, I know you're interested in the product manager role. Tell us why we should hire you.
One of the most important skills that I learned in my past work experience would be managing people. I used to work as an assistant manager in my previous role, and I usually used to manage a team of say 10 to 15 people at various times. So what I've learned is how to delegate work, how to achieve the given target as per the requirement. One more thing that I've learned through this role of mine is the ability to train people and to understand their requirements and to give them the time and effort to make them achieve what they want to achieve. One experience that I have gained through this is adaptability. The previous work that I did, I had to wear a lot of hats, I had to learn a lot of stuff, and there are a lot of issues that we face. So adaptability is something that I say I have a very good experience of. And speaking to my character, I would say I'm very punctual and keep track of everything. And at the same time, I would say I'm a compassionate and empathetic individual. Would you like me to go through anything else or explain?
Thank you. Good first round, really good. My feedback for you is it went on a little too long, more succinct, right? You had really good pieces, you had all the pieces, a little too long, especially if you're getting time for 45 seconds. But in general, to start to think, our USP does not elaborate much. It gives the highlights, and it's that combination of skills, experience, and character that I want you to put out. You're intriguing, you're creating curiosity to dive deeper. We're not giving details at this level. So it's a skill to actually choose the right words, right? So I would say take that right up, make it more succinct, and then practice it again. More succinct, but it was good, very good. All of you, very good.
Think of it as an appetizer, right? You're
Yeah.
giving them a sample, and you're inviting them to answer more. In a way that if you choose the right words, they're gonna want.
Yes, yes, for sure, for sure. How about you? Yes, yes, go ahead, yes. So let me ask you a question. So I see you're interested in the product manager role. Tell me a little bit about yourself.
Sure. Paul, thank you so much for giving me some view.
Of course you know. Oh, here.
It goes up.
Okay. There we go. Thank you for that. Go ahead. So let's start over. So I understand you're interested in the product manager role. Tell me a little bit about yourself.
Sure. So I would love to share. So I would love to share a little about myself, how I've been. So in my previous experience, I worked as product manager for about 3 years, and I think that there are a lot of transferable skills that I can apply from that company to this company. So I would like to consider myself as curious and inquisitive, which is a very important skill to have as a product manager, because sometimes we just need to get the product and the issues. A visionary and a forward thinker, because you need to know where you want to take the product and where you want to see your product. And I manage excellence in quality, and that's, I think, as any product that we're building, if we don't have quality, we don't have product. So would you like me to go on to more of that?
Very creative. I love that. So you started with your experience, and then hear a skill, and you elaborated a little bit. But what I really liked is how she took her character traits and connected the dots to how they are of direct value to the role, right? Which you see I did here as well, right? And she was being creative about it. Do that. So you're reliable, so what? I am highly reliable because we know reliability is the #1 way to create consistent results in a project. Making things up, but connecting those dots, very good, very good. So
And unscripted, very unscripted.
yes, that sounds very natural delivery. So good. And again, some of us quickly do this, others we might, take more time. That's okay. But we want to aim for it to be so natural that we're not pitching it. We are sharing about ourselves, but it is a structure, right? So very good. Let's hear one more. And this is probably a little slightly on. Let's hear one more. So we have 4. And then I will answer any questions you have, because I would like you to finish this exercise for tomorrow. Who hasn't spoken today yet? Everybody spoke already? I don't think so. Who hasn't spoken at all? Have you spoken next to our last volunteer? I believe you have. Or maybe you came here and asked me a question. Would you like to share your recipe with us?
Yeah.
Okay, so tell us why you're interested in this product manager role.
Well, I would be the right for this role. Why? Because I'm not telling you, like, given my experience, the deep experience with the software engineer in various companies, in various fields, my last working job with Microsoft, where I was a senior software developer, and I have a deep understanding of the full stack architect and the expertise over there. So at the same time, I also, in my past job, I also have taken a role of product manager, where I have already experienced the nitty-gritty of this, as well as I have a deep understanding of the technical foundation. That, as far as that I consider it will be a solid skill for every absolute technical product. At the same time, I understand that I'm very detail-related and analysis-related, which gives me the right to be this tagging up this job requirement that is the original information.
Okay, may I give you some feedback?
Yeah.
And I think I caught you off. So, I would like you to maybe cut that in half, right? Because here's what we're not doing in the USP. We're not saying, in my past experience, I was doing this and this and this. That is interesting, but that's not the USP. The USP says my top skill from my Microsoft job, that's enough. I already know, oh, we were at Microsoft, is this, right? Now, and you might insert 2 skills, but I don't want us to go on into the details. Remember, 45 seconds. So my top skill is this, and here's the value. And maybe here's how it connects to the product manager role. But I don't want to hear about your experience. Okay? And then I also didn't hear the character bit, so I was looking for that. Did you share it and I missed it?
I shared only 2 points.
2 points. Okay, give it to me again. I'm sorry, I didn't connect with that.
One was like getting deep into technical expertise, getting detail oriented.
Oh, detail oriented. Okay.
Right.
Okay.
One was technical shit, like data, like analysis part of it.
Okay. Okay. Good. Good. So again, just more succinct. More succinct. You do not have to go on, right? Less is more with the USP, but you have to choose carefully. So I'm going to challenge you to go and pick your top skill from your Microsoft experience and other persons that you have, right? But thank you for that. Thank you. Was this helpful? I know I made all of you uncomfortable, but is this helpful to help you reflect on what is the top skill? What does it even mean? And if you have no idea, one of you in the back asked me, think about job experience and the consistent feedback we've had from management or teams, where they come to you and said, you're really good at this. This is where you're really a great resource. This is where you're a great asset. What is that? Because sometimes it's hard for us to see it or narrow it. That can be a guideline. All right, so we're going to keep going.
Can I jump in?
Me, of course.
Seems like some of these have not been very creative in their presentation, maybe because they're done. But I would encourage you to think creatively. It's really dig deep into what your experience is. Right? So if I were to do something like this, I'd say something like, I spent 20 years in the product development. I was surrounded by new products in the electromechanical space all my career. And I've worked with product managers who frankly needed a lot of coaching, a lot of support. And I was known as the person who gave it to them, right? Gave them the kind of information they needed, the coaching they needed, the direction they needed. And I represented the engineering team, right? And I was as an engineer, I know what the good department looks like, right?
Yeah.
And I told the product managers right then. And if, you know, frankly, almost all of them, if you're going into product management, probably have something like a similar story, right? You've been on the receiving end of or product management, or non-existent product management, or product management that's very political, right? They're doing what the politicians tell them to do, but they're not helping the engineers. The more you help the engineers, the better the quality of the product. It's that simple. So that's what I mean about bringing yourself into it. Don't just script it or just blanks, right? But actually make it your own, make it your story that literally makes it unique with underlying unique.
Yeah. And punchy. That was punchy. Those 2 sentences you shared, that was punchy, right? You want to be sticky, memorable, punchy. So bringing some of your character into it, even as you're speaking to your character. All good. Okay, so you're going to continue to do this in the workbook, and unless we have more questions, we're going to continue. Okay, one more thing about the USP. So this is something you start today, and then after your academic career, you enter the workforce, you continue to gain experience, your USP isn't static, right? Your experience is going to grow, your technical skills are going to grow, and it's going to play a role in positioning you for future opportunities. So what you want to do is update it every year. Start the first draft with the workbook, and you have the whole thing, all the instructions. And then every year you add a high value experience that you gained. You maybe gained a top skill that surpasses your previous skills. And maybe a key achievement, character traits you develop over time. Maybe you develop conflict resolution as a big character trait, leadership qualities. You have, right? But it's something that evolves over time, right? Okay, how are we doing? How's our energy? We're good. We have another hour. Can we do it? Yes. Okay, good. Good. Okay, so I want to put the USP in the context of what I call your overall narrative, right? So the thing that makes it so difficult is that I'm asking you to narrow your experience, your character, your everything into a couple of sentences. And you as individuals are more complex. That's why we can go on and on. There's so much to you. So that overall narrative, and I know those are small in text, but it's your talents, your learning style, your education, your personality, your fun and play, and all of that has a place in the workplace. In a healthy work culture, we want to take our whole selves. So this is our overall narrative. The USP in relation to that is what I call your executive summary bullets, right? So we pull out from our overall narrative things that are of most relevance. Talking about a product management conversation, what's relevant and highest value to this conversation? You have to pick it out and bring it here. And your key skills, top experiences, your highest character trait. And then, if I'm curious, you're going to go deeper, right? And the other thing about your overall narrative is you want to own that overall narrative as you navigate your career. There are ways that we can own the way we can own the narrative. We can own the way people talk about us. They're going to talk about us, right? How can you direct your own narrative, right? And have them tell the story of you the way you would like it to be told, right? So we're going to take a look at a couple of things you can do. I call it narrative and management. Okay, just like time management, energy management, you want to own and guide your narrative throughout your career. And we're going to look at two examples where I feel this shows both leadership quality and us owning the narrative. And this might come up in interviews, conversations. One of them is addressing gaps. So we know we have a gap in knowledge, skill, experience, and generally, you might go through the interview hoping nobody notices, maybe go quickly through it. Like, who loves answering the question, what are your weaknesses? It's a terrible question, but you know why they ask. And if you can instead proactively own the gap and speak to it, nobody can use it against you. That's my argument. So for instance, I might have said, even though English is my third language, I can converse fluently and clearly in technical and non-technical communications. If I have an inkling that might be held against me in future conversations that the interview has behind closed doors, I want to guide the direction of that narrative. Might work, might not. But this is how I'm going to own a gap in my skill that they might see as a disadvantage and say that I'm managing. I assure you this is not a problem. Do you see the bigger point we're making? Right? And that key word I use is even though. Another example, and these are valid examples, right? Reframing your weakness. There's a lot of jobs you go for and they're like, you don't have enough experience. You have too much experience, right? It's a valid excuse, but it closes the conversation. It's very hard for us to argue against that. So if it doesn't even come up, you could proactively say, you know, even though I have little or no job experience yet, I get on well with others, I adapt quickly, and I am dedicated to a fault. Those are some qualities I can bring to your team. Or even though my experience is in a different industry, one of you had answered the survey questions that you come from a very different industry, and you're trying to assimilate to a new industry, right? Even though I have experience in a different industry, I assure you that some of those skills are transferable, and I can find ways to connect the dots for us and bring value to the team, right? The bigger point we're making here is to speak confidently to the things that we think are going to be seen as a disadvantage. We may or may not change people's minds, but we are owning the narrative. Anything to add to that?
This person project management, this person product management. You're trying to get ahead of those who would take the narrative away from you. Yeah, believe me, there's all sorts of people that love to take the narrative away. Your project is in good hands, it's on track. There are those who think the project's in trouble and it's unexplained. Get ahead of it, get ahead of that narrative and make sure you've covered all your bases. Whatever those concerns and weaknesses are, make sure you basically address them, right? Get ahead of those that would otherwise distract.
Yes, yes. It's clear.
Especially when it comes to person. I just stepped down for the job deeds office, right? Before anyone else could frame the narrative, I framed the narrative.
Yeah.
I sent an email blast to the world saying, I'm stepping down and this is why. I didn't want rumors. I didn't want window. I didn't want any kind of anyone else wanting to hear this stuff. So that way you can say, why did you do that? Or wasn't it really because of this, because of that? No, this is reason.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for sharing. Okay, are we good? We're gonna open our narratives, yes? Okay, so with that, oh, I do have an exercise for you. So, and I believe we have time for this. So I want you to get in pairs, the same pairs works, and I want you to think of a weakness or a gap. So think about the product manager role. And let's get really honest with ourselves. What is something somebody can see as a disadvantage or a challenge for you and not hire you? I want you to pick that and reframe it to your pair. Just practice it. Make sense? Are we clear? Okay, let's take 2 minutes to do that. Go ahead. You have some people to be businesses to reframe them with some language. Okay, even if I use the language. We're going to go in the network section. So, very, very good. Okay, networking and relationship building. How many of you love this? Good. I'm glad. Excellent. And how many of you would rather do? Yeah, right? Exactly. And that's not personality related. I think every extroverted person loves networking or introverted. No. It's just maybe your experience, whatever. So we're going to give you some strategies here to make this a natural part of your leadership development. Okay, so we're going to talk about what I call the trust advantage, right? If I ask you to define trust, you might have a hard time. But if I ask you whether you trust someone, you know, right? It's a feeling. Exactly. And you know how much you trust someone. So that's also the feeling people have about you. So if you develop trust, what are some things that you can take advantage of? Well, first of all, let's talk about disadvantages. Trust builds slowly and requires patience. Oh, and we want to be there already. However, when you build trust, you get access to the inner circle. Who knows what the inner circle is? Right? I mean, you can have a job and be part of a team, and everyone's talking to you or knows you, but you feel like an outsider. You really don't know everything that's going on. There are certain people that always know what's going on, the climate, the relationships, the politics, the environment. You always feel like you're the last person who learns. Okay? When people trust you at a high level, you naturally become part of that inner circle. It makes your job and your life a lot more pleasant. Another thing, plum opportunities. So there are lots of opportunities. Remember those leadership opportunities we were talking about? There are a lot of unadvertised opportunities, things that you don't even know about. So I would be at my job and all of a sudden my colleague, who was another case taker, would be put on another project. I'm like, that's not luck, but how did you get that? Because I didn't get it. I was tapped on the shoulder to go do it. Opportunities that are there, but they need to trust us for us to even know about them or be assigned to them. Right? Your circle has to trust you. Another one, genuine endorsements. Now, we know the power of getting introduced and referred to others, getting a recommendation from your professors or your past manager, right? And we normally ask for them and receive them, and that's fine. But the ones that are more powerful are where you don't even hear about your senior VP endorsing you to someone else without your knowledge. And all of a sudden you have a referral or a connection where people feel so strongly about it. They trust you so much that they tell their network about you. Okay? Or, what is this one? Earned shortcuts. This is where, imagine you want a job, you're making an internal move, and you know there is a rigorous process. But all of a sudden, you feel like you got skipped and you got closer to the next step. This can happen, and it might seem unfair, but you have earned that when that happens to you through the deep trust you have built. Right? So we're going to talk about building deep trust, and more importantly, how not to destroy trust. Doesn't take much. Right? So let's take a look. Honoring your word. I'm going to give you some very obvious things, I know, but we're going to go through them anyway. And anyway, you are going to say something and you're going to keep your word. Okay? You do as you say.
By the way, in the context of school, right? Sign up for events, you don't show up. Right? It happens all the time. Well, I was slapped, some better came up.
Sure.
Look, if you sign up, if you can't let people know, and that be able to make it something change, right?
Yes.
But if you don't let people know, and you signed up, you took a seat away from somebody else. You took a seat up that somebody had to pay for, right? And I've heard about this from people who posted us, MEM, in the past, not you guys, your predecessors.
Yeah.
And, it's like, well, I had 30 seats available and 20 of your people showed up. So we spent money and time and effort on 10 that never showed up. So that's part of our.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. That's great examples. Sharing your knowledge freely. There is this myth in some pockets of the corporate culture where people think information hoarding gets them ahead. It doesn't. Your boss sends you to a leadership program. You come back and you share with your team the top things you learned. That is going to make you more trusted. You don't hoard it. There's nothing to hoard. Even these technical skills you share with your team. You know, I went to this training. Here is the top things I learned. I am finding them useful and I wanted to share them with you. Huge character trait and leadership quality. Calling out concerns with empathy. So we talked about the risks of not speaking up and how we want to create the culture that we crave, right? Part of it is calling out concerns versus looking the other way. Maybe one of your colleagues mistreats or bullies someone else. It's not even you, but you speak up because that's part of your team. And we care, and we have solidarity. We want to embody solidarity. I think you mentioned, Mark, that you want to support each other. You're not competing against each other. And even though in the corporate world, in that hierarchical structure, yes, you are measured against your teammates. I get that. That can happen and you can still be a team player. Okay? So, we see something that's not right, we call it out. That builds trust. People know we're going to speak up if something is not right. Asking and offering help and being a team player. All right.
By the way, I think I'll just jump in if I can. Sharing knowledge really is very, I mean, you gotta be careful with that, right? You have to start by asking, what do you really know? Go to a meeting and somebody says, we might have a defect, a new defect on the main line, right? And you run to the VP and say, we've got a defect on the main line. Nobody knows how to fix it, and everyone's pointing fingers. And then the team comes back and says, first of all, we said there might be a defect, right? We haven't confirmed it yet, right? So be careful with what you think you know. And before you start running around with it outside of the team, get the team's permission. Right. It says, okay, are we ready to escalate this to the VP? And the answer in this case was absolutely not. We don't even know the root cause. We don't know how to fix it. You don't really go to the VP typically with problems that you have either they're uncooked, they're raw, or you have no idea how to solve it. Right? Because that doesn't help you or your team.
Yeah, no, great distinction. Yes, yes, thank you. Wonderful. So now, we're going to talk about quick ways to destroy trust, right? Now, this is something that you don't want to do. And as I go through this, what I want you to do is do a self-reflection exercise and be honest with yourself and say, with my personality, which of these might I be inclined to do? Okay? So, what are they? Number one, you are intentionally dishonest. Now, all of us tell white lies from time to time, and often you get away with it. But what you don't realize is that even though it looks like a big world of companies, even in different countries, it's unbelievably tough. You're over here at Google talking to a VP, and you do something that's intentionally dishonest in your interactions. You don't see any relationship to a pharma company over here. And at some point, those things catch up with us. If they don't catch up with you right away, they might catch up with you later in life where you are more vested in your career, in your projects. So we want to stay careful. There's no need to be intentionally dishonest ever. But if you attempt it, examine it. It's a tight little network.
It's too small.
No.
A lie is too small to notice. Right? To give you an example that might impact everyone, right? On your LinkedIn profile, are you getting a degree from Kellogg?
No.
But you took a course from Kellogg. Can't you say that you studied at Kellogg? Can't you put that as a Kellogg degree? Right? Guess what? I've had students who applied for fellowship from MEM. They said they're getting a degree from college. They got rejected from the fellowship for that statement alone. Because they know, these people know they're smart, right? Fellowship readers or something. MEM's not a fellowship, right? Next. And you were set on the reject pile, when you could have very well been on the acceptance pile, right? But for that one silly little, call it a white lie.
Yeah, right, yeah. You don't want to be misleading, because it's risky behavior, it's high risk behavior, right? And there are some risks that are worth taking. This is not. So thank you for that particular example. The next one, you defend a fault or lie after getting caught. Now, it is okay to make mistakes at work, and you will make mistakes. And then that is a growth opportunity, unless you mishandle it. So let's say you got caught because you had faults, or you didn't tell honestly to the client. But then your boss comes to you and you defend it. No, I didn't really say that. No, I didn't really miss the meeting. I didn't know about it. And you claim ignorance. That does more damage, right? And yes, it takes courage to say, you know what, Priya, boss, my boss one day, you are right. I made a poor judgment call. I said something to the client. I wanted to impress them. You know, in hindsight, it wasn't right. I will do better in the future. Can we do damage control and hope I can earn your trust? That is not only going to help you get over the fault, but also grow. But you don't want to defend it. Another one, you gossip. Now let's define gossip, okay? Just so we are very clear. Gossip is very different from talking about someone. You're going to talk about your teammates and the project and what they didn't do. That's okay. But here's the test. If, what was your name? Jyotika and I were talking about Priya, and we're talking about her in a way that it would make us uncomfortable if she were standing right here. That's gossip. But if we say, I don't think Priya delivered that on time, what do you think happened? We're talking about her work in the context of the project. We're not saying Priya's lazy, Priya forgot, right? So I want you to be very clear when you're inclined to gossip, and this is something I regret doing in my career, right? It's a great outlet. It's wonderful to gossip, but it's very damaging. It is, right? But it's very damaging. You imagine the person right there, and you will immediately know. And there are ways to stop the gossip that comes to you. You just tell the person, I don't feel comfortable talking about them. If they're not here, let's have a threesome meeting with them. Like, another way to quickly destroy gossip. You betray someone's confidence, which is example, thank you, Mark, for sharing with the knowledge share. So you become privy to information that is shared with you in confidence. And you say it to someone else. Okay? And there is psychologically this excitement to share something with others that we know that they don't know. There's a psychology to it. But if that person, or rather when that person finds out, that trust is destroyed. And that could be a key relationship. We do not want to betray someone's confidence in professional or personal lives. And last but not least, your actions and words do not match. And this might be a blind spot for some of us. But no, I said I was going to do this, and I did it. Well, maybe you committed to something else and you don't remember. So this is something we constantly have to do a check-in with ourselves. Now, you don't have to share. I already shared. I've done more than one of these, but I've learned from them. What we want to do is avoid them because it's just how it's. Yeah. Good. All right.
How do you know when you're being held in someone's confidence, right? I mean, if it's a senior leader and they're talking to you one-on-one behind a closed door, or even behind an open door, you could argue that that's incompetence. If you heard it in a town hall meeting, that's not confidence. It's not confidential except for anyone outside of it.
I agree. And often people have a disclaimer before they share something in confidence with us. Often. But if we are in doubt, like you mentioned earlier, if you're in doubt, you clarify. You ask. right? And often it's not even our place to share, but it's, I think, that excitement that we want to share. Oh, there is a bug in the software, right? So that you just clarify. You just clarify. Are we clear? Are we good? Right.
As the team that you lead, whether project or product team, you should have a set of protocols by which you are clear with the team when you will share outside the team and when you will not, right? So a confirmed software defect by system tested integration, once it's confirmed, we're going to share it because they publish it anyway.
Yeah.
Because it's in the database and it's already flipped its state of being. So you're going to share that, and the team has to understand and acknowledge that as a project or product manager, you have a role. And it's not to keep the secrets of the team forever, right? It's to allow the team to solve problems without senior leader intervention until you get to a certain point. Right? And that point is, hey, it's a real issue.
Yes, yes. I mean, this can become so complex because sometimes you also don't inform others and then you get blamed for it. Like you didn't tell us this was happening, right? So you have to really examine the information that you're privy to. Is this something my boss really needs to know, right? Sometimes we can't share someone's confidence because they share something with us and the boss really needs to know, right? So it can become a little bit tricky to navigate that, but being really aware of it, always clarifying, respecting people, but also knowing what their responsibilities are. It can be.
And there's a whole governance thing that plays over this whole.
For sure.
If you discover something
Right.
that is inconsistent with the law, right? Or it's inconsistent with how the organization has advertised to the outside world, you almost have a duty to bring it to senior leadership. So now you might be betraying someone's confidence on that team.
For a bigger purpose.
But it's for a bigger purpose.
For a higher purpose, absolutely.
And recognize that, yes, relationships will be damaged. You're not going to go through something like that with a clean white shirt.
No, but you're doing the right thing. Thank you. All right, I want to get to some of our activities. So let's talk quickly about some of the networking fears. A lot of you are confident with networking, but these are valid fears. Like, how many of you have trouble navigating a room full of strangers? Do I go left? Do I go right? Like the specific logistics, right? Natural. Or you don't know how to strike up conversations. We have icebreakers for that. That's a tough one. Or the absence of a formal introduction. Well, after today, you don't have that, right? Which is solved with our USD. Uncertainty about what to say or ask. Okay? You might seem unlikable or uninteresting. Is that a fear for anyone? Ignored after you start a dialogue. This is awkward, right? You're in the middle, I mean, this happened to me. I'm in the middle of a conversation and the person walks away. Okay. Or no exit strategy from the conversation. Someone doesn't stop talking to you, right? Perfectly valid fears. Now, some reasons that you as young professionals are very valuable in the networking world, okay? So you have authenticity and realness. Now, I'm not saying us older people don't have it, but it's just in abundance for you. That's valuable. You have this level of exuberance and energy. We want to bring that out. It's refreshing. You have deep curiosity and enthusiasm, right? You're passionate about goals and pursuits. That can translate into passion. You bring that into a project, into a culture, right? And also empathy for others. This is a culture or a time now where your generation has so much more empathy, compassion, right? And you have a genuine desire to solve problems. So, I'm going to get to our, okay. And now I'm going to skip this. It's going to be in the slides. You're going to read it. I think we want to get to our exercises. Okay, we're going to practice one of those fears. Let's see what we're doing. Okay, so do you relate to the fears I share? Because if not, we're going to practice networking. But I want to make sure that none of you have a really good reason not to network and assess whether this is a good use of our time, because I'm getting close to wrapping. So, how many of you fear networking? Nobody? Okay, right. And can you relate to some of the fears I shared, some of the reasons you don't do it? Because after this, you're gonna sign up for every networking event, everything, and do it genuine, do it like a okay. So we're gonna spend 2 minutes here, and you're gonna identify the real reason you do not network with your friend, okay? And you're gonna say, okay, what if I did it anyway? Like worst case scenario, the person walks away from me. So awkward, but I lived it. I don't even know who it was. So we're gonna learn a little bit about how to identify those fears and how to practice more networking. So pair up. I'm gonna go back to this slide. This is all gonna be your presentation. So the fears, and I want to make sure we kill all your excuses. So pick one that you struggle with, tell your friends, and talk about what if that really happens. Then what? Okay, 2 minutes. Conversations. About 45 times and get to more of that. else, those of you who raised your hand around the networking years, so maybe you can share with us what you learned in your conversation.
Yeah, what we discussed, not specifically, it doesn't come naturally.
Sure, that will come naturally to a lot of us. But if you have to identify with a particular reservation that makes you just want to hide in your room and not go to that event, what might it be? Might maybe one of these, maybe not.
Maybe I'm certain
Uncertain about.
about what to say.
Okay, yeah, okay, uncertain. Okay, that's good because I have some tools around that, and that's normal, right? You can't say the wrong thing. You can just say more effective things. Okay, good job. So let's take a look at some other things that we can do to become better networkers. I'm gonna skip that one, and we just did that. Okay, so we don't want to be kidding ourselves. These are things that are not considered networking. Yes, yes, go ahead. Yes, go ahead.
If somebody and that person is not responding with the same energy, how should you respond to that? Because I yesterday had an experience like this. So I don't know what to do.
Okay, so I'll give you some food for thought. We're talking to someone, they don't have the same energy, and it makes us less confident in ourselves and less comfortable. Depends on whether you really want to have this conversation, whether this is important, like is it somebody that you want to build rapport with, or if it's just somebody you met. So if it's low stake, it happens. If it's high stake, we want to make more of an effort. We want to get curious. Am I reading this person wrong? And people don't always mirror our energy. It would be nice. You're excited, they're excited, you're hyped, right? But it doesn't mean necessarily they are uninterested. I have had to adapt to some very low robotic energy of people who were my big advocates. I could never believe this person was going to recommend me. I thought they were just tolerating the conversation. So we making this reading, we have to make sure it's a high stake relationship. We care to build rapport with this person. We get curious. We give them a chance. We maybe mirror our pace and our style to them and see if we have more conversation, more connection. So some food for thought. Great question. Let's take a look at what we might count as networking, but it really isn't. You attend an event, you eat free food, you talk to people, you and you leave. Don't tell me I know. Not networking. This is something else.
By the way, we used to have an event like that every year. We called it a networking dinner. We invited all the alum, we invited all of our students, and the alum would talk to each other, and the students would talk to each other, and we never cross-pollinated. And what we decided to do was to set up dinner tables where it was 50%, yeah, assigned seating.
Yes.
I mean, otherwise you can't force the issue. People are going to migrate to the path of least resistance.
Yes.
Right?
Comfortable. Yes. And it's okay to do this, but you can't call it networking and checking off. Of course, you're going to want to talk to people you know, but that's not networking. Or you go to a conference, and I've seen this, you attend every single session, but you're in your laptop and you're like isolated and you're not talking to anyone. You're attending a conference and you're building your knowledge, but you're not networking, right? Or you join networking Zoom, you give your elevator pitch in a room full of 5 people and you exit, right? Now, I say this because sometimes we want to check things off and say we've done it and then it didn't work. So we have to make sure we're doing it correctly. So let's look at things that are true networking. You set up coffee with your new teammates to deepen like and trust. Networking can happen with just 2 people, you and someone else. That is networking, that is building a relationship. Believe it or not, I have built my entire 11-year business on relationships. Can't stand advertising. And I've had a lot of companies. So, relationship. Or you reach out with personal message to leaders and role models. And this came up in some of your answers. How do I make cold outreach pitch? Some of you asked about it, right? And cold outreach can be turned into warm outreach, even if it's someone you don't know. by getting creative, by making it personal, by educating yourself a little bit about that person, so you send a personal message. So let's say you have role models in the industry, you have leaders that you want to connect with, personal messages. That is a type of networking. Or you participate in community causes at your company or at your university. There's a lot of these set up for volunteer causes, anything. And in that event that's already set up, you already have something to do, it's organized, you meet people and you talk to them. You don't have to give them your USB. You're just building a relationship. Or, this is one of my favorites, you attend a leadership course or a professional development. Your company sends you somewhere. This is a great opportunity to do industry networking. Right? You're going to have continuing education, yes, but you're going to go to courses, to conferences, to get your certifications, and you strike up conversations, and you build your network beyond your company, industry peers. These are all valid networking. So let's look at some more networking measures. Quantity versus quality. We don't really care about quantity. I know it's a bragging right? That you have 1,200 LinkedIn connections, but only 7 that really know. Okay, it's not a very valuable network. Or hundreds of likes on your social media, but these are people that you don't feel comfortable reaching out to or connecting with. That's not going to help you when you need it. A high value network. 10 people, 10, that you can call confidently if you're out of a job. Right? You can call. That takes a lot of trust and courage and say, look, I gotta go. I need help. And these people want you to succeed. High level of trust, your powerful network. One person you trust in your top dream company. I'd like to give this as an assignment. So whatever company you end up working with, maybe in the future, you still have your eye on another company. You want to find one person that you can make friends with at top 3 dream companies. You have an in, you understand what's going on, you learn about their culture, and you can be that person for them. That's a high value network. Or a few local people you could ask for a favor in a bind. So you might have a hybrid job, or you might work for a remote company, right? I mean, I worked for Cisco and they were all over the place, but our headquarters was in California. And right now, you may not even go to work, which I think is kind of sad. So hopefully you have a hybrid environment. But there's still value in developing the local community, some network in the local community that you are in. Okay? People that you can locally meet with. And so that can be another way to grow your network. Okay, these are easier, but they're higher quality, higher value.
So some programs put their students in teams, and they're with that team the entire their program. A team of 4, a team of 5, often colors or names or whatever. The implication, of course, is that you're competing against other teams. I refuse to do that. I don't want you to have a predefined team that's going to be with you for the next 15 months. I want you to have that goal of having 10 people that you can call from this cohort if, God forbid, you ever lose your job. And those 10 people are not just going to say, oh, that's too bad. I'm sorry to hear that. Keep me posted. No. They're going to sit down and have a coffee with you, help you strategize. They're even going to bring you in with an interview or to help you on their own work. You want to set the goal, I would think, of creating at least 5 to 10 of those types of connections in this cohort before you graduate. Okay? It may mean there are people that you weren't roommates with, but the people that you weren't sitting next to for most of your classes, right? So that's why it's 5 to 10. Get a good number.
Yeah.
God forbid you're going to need it.
Yes, you really will need it, absolutely. And you can do the same for them. Right. You can be that same person for them. Yes. Quality, not quantity. Thank you. Okay, so things we can control versus what we can't control. So I'm going to quickly do this and then I'm going to get to the next one. So things that are out of our control. How many of you think you can control impressing others? I mean, we want to, but we don't control that outcome. We hope they're going to be impressed, or being liked by others. You know, my husband sometimes says, who doesn't like you? I'm like, oh, there are people who don't like me. And sometimes it can't be helped. We can't focus our energy on it. Making others laugh. Now, I think I have funny jokes, but not everyone laughs, right? But that doesn't mean you can't continue making those jokes and being funny and being yourself, right? Getting others to help you. You do the right things, you build trust, you build rapport, but in the end, they may not. And I have found you're surprised who helps you when you need it and who doesn't. So you want to pay attention to that one. Eliciting an actionable response from others. We don't control this. We hope to create these results. Let's focus that energy on what you control. Expressing curiosity as part of the expansive mindset. What if? I wonder. And bringing that curiosity into conversations, into networking, into your learning, your struggles. That you control. Asking sincere questions. I know a couple of you asked me about, or what to say in the networking and also what to say in some conversations. This is a skill. And we're not doing much on question asking, but aiming for open-ended questions. Not a question that elicits a yes or a no, but it gets the other person going. Practicing some of those questions you want to ask. Showing empathy to people, having an open body language, confidence and operate help and support. These are the things we control, and we're going to take it to our network. Question, yes?
Investing others is not doing enough.
Investing others is
It's not enough.
no. I don't think it is. You can try to, but you can't be certain they will be impressed. You try to impress. You do your best to impress. And I don't think that's even a worthy goal, but I know what you mean. But you can't assure they will be impressed. You understand? But I'm not answering your question. Okay. Well, complex, it depends. If you find he doesn't like certain things that you want to improve, might be a good thing. If he doesn't like your personality and who you are, well, that's his problem, right? I mean, it depends, right? It depends. So yes, we want to have a good relationship with our managers. We hope they see value in us. We hope to impress. We don't control at the end of the day whether they are impressed or not. You understand, right? You do your best, and as you get more information, right? It's not impressed. Why is that? Maybe they'll give you feedback. You assess whether that's worth integrating into behavior, remember you want to change something about yourself, or whether it's part of the chemistry. And they might have to think about it over time, decide a different course. I mean, it's complex. I'm giving you like different scenarios, right? But finding out more about how we can improve relationships is always about pursuit, right? That helpful. There's no straightforward answer, so I'm not going to give you one. But I don't believe you control impressing others. Now, these are the icebreakers that you had asked for, so we're going to have you practice, right? I want to have you read these out as though you are in a networking event, you just met someone new, and you are genuinely saying this. Number one, who would like to go? And that blank is your name. So who hasn't spoken today? Have you spoken? You can do it again. Okay, go for it.
Nice to meet you. What brings you here?
Natural enough? What brings you here? An open-ended question to start our conversation. The next one. Have you spoken? Okay, try again. Try this one. Hey, what's that? What about you? Right? It's my first time here. You're being vulnerable. It's my first time here. What about you? Oh, you know, I've been here 3 times. This is what you should do. Here, you can follow me to lunch, whatever. Right? All of a sudden, you have a friend. And it's you. The next one. Who would like to try this one? Go ahead. Yeah. It's a great way to strike up a conversation. What's been your experience? Normally we say, do you like it? Is it good? But what's been your experience? It's more open-ended. That's how much share with you. Thank you. Let's try this one. Okay. Right. You go to a panel, you hear a speaker, you love them, you want to go meet them, and you're a little intimidated. Do meet them. It's okay. Here's something that to continue that conversation and have something worthwhile to say, right? Maybe to share something that you can relate with and that can lead to more conversation. One more.
I'm excited to be here.
Now, what we don't want to waste time talking about is accountable. And it's not taboo to talk about this, but you have better, more powerful ways to connect. Because what you want to do is start the conversation and then continue it over coffee, keep the relationship, right? So we are going to, let me think. 2:45 you said. So I'm gonna skip this. You're gonna have to do this on your own. Okay. I'm going to give you these two relationships, okay, especially the second. This one, I want you to get the habit of offering before asking, timing your requests, okay? And there are many things you can offer, even if you don't think, what do I have to give, okay? The second one, nobody does this. I make an introduction to you for my SVP friend over here, and I make an introduction, you reach out to them, and of course you thank you. Part one, everybody knows to go thank the person who introduced you. What we normally don't do is we don't follow up with the person to tell them how that introduction went. And often they are wondering, and they're not going to make another introduction if they never hear back from you. So often I have gone back and said, I reached out to your SVP friend. I actually followed up a couple of times. I'm so thankful for that introduction. Thank you for entrusting your network. I did not hear back. I'm sure he was preoccupied. If I do, I will let you know. Thank you for your trust. So let's go. And you know what's going to happen? This person going to hope for the CP friend to say, get back to my friend. You have an actual follow-up, and they will make more introductions in the future. If I make an introduction to you, tell me what happened so that I know to make more. I think we're coming up on time, and I want to have some time for Q&A. So there's more here, and we are going to skip it, and we're going to have a general Q&A. Okay? So let's spend a few minutes. Please connect with me. You can send me questions later if you want to ask your questions privately. You will get a copy of this presentation and a workbook with instructions. And I hope you complete it. We'll spend a few minutes talking about any questions you have. And I'm going to be here. And one more thing, we thought about having a follow-up session, a very informal session for those of you who like to ask more questions or continue. Andy and I are going to wrap up here and go to maybe what was the cafeteria called? The
Tech Express downstairs.
The Tech Express, or anywhere else. If any of you still have energy to have more conversations, just an option. Otherwise, questions are welcome, and I'm gonna turn it over to Mark.
I want to first of all thank Farnoosh for a great session today. We picked this topic, we picked this timing because to a large extent, as far as any ends, you guys have largely blank slates. We haven't filled your minds yet with all the other content that you're going to see over the next 12 courses, the next 9 to 12 months. However, this is the first for us. We've never gone down this path. So I welcome your feedback. What should we do more of? What should we do less of? Was this enough? Should we split this into 2 days or keep it as one? Let me know, because frankly, we're trying to schedule it amongst all your other commitments, right? You got your OISS orientations, right? You got your orientations, you got all these different events. We wanted to fit it in at the same time, give you some value. Also, kind of deal with cultural issues that didn't fit within our normal structure of our our curriculum. I mean, it's not really leadership. There might be a few points of overlap with our leadership class, but not much. So I think you're going to find a lot of unique value here. I also recognize this is a bit of a drink from a fire hose, right? This is a lot of information in a short period of time. So we're going to take the video, and assuming it works, and then we will put a link to YouTube, so you'll be able to access it and kind of refresh your memories as time goes on. You're going to be confronted with interviews, you're confronted with networking events, you're going to be confronted with all sorts of issues that I think this session will become a good reference. Also, the slides we're going to post on Canvas, right? So there's two Canvas sites, the MEM student site and the orientation site. Up till now, most of you have been involved with the orientations. We're going to be transitioning over the next 24 days. When you transition, go backwards on the announcements, because there's some announcements from last meeting or the week before that might be okay. But look for this file and other files like it in the file section of it. Okay. Otherwise, again, thank you for news. I'm going to post something about this on LinkedIn, so you'll see the photographs and we'll see a little bit of the narrative and the link to your company.
Yeah.
And I guess I have to leave. I got 3 o'clock, but I'm going to leave you with them, and you can continue the discussion. I know this room has to be vacated pretty quickly.
3:30 actually, so we have some time here as well, but we will be out of there before. Thank you. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you.
Good job, everyone. They really well. Yeah.
Well,